All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining the Pressure Point again. Welcome, Sunday 19th. We are here again to have a conversation with Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi. It's a blessed Sunday, and it's a painful Sunday that one of our agencies was killed in Molo. We are really crying about that. Okay, share the space. I'll just start our conversation this evening, this morning, this afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining. Please share the space so that many people can join. And then don't forget to follow each other all the time. Please do it. I know that I know that there's so many issues that is going on. Let us tune in. Let us see what is happening. And thank you so much, guys, for joining. Uh, Today we are happy to see you. I know many people will be joining, and usually our conversation is issue based all the time as we discuss what is happening in our country. Let us keep it that, and let us follow each other all the time. Every Sunday we are here to see what is happening. The pressure point brings you today, Jimmy Wanjigi. And I see you, Bonnie. I see you, so many people, Tomboy, and everybody else. Thank you so much for joining at this point. I see you, Rose. I see you, Abdi, and many other people. I know Honorable will be joining in the next 10 minutes as we start. Rose, how are you today? Rose, can you hear me? Yeah, Tomboy, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing good. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be in today's conversation. I'm here to listen, and I also wait for our guest speaker so that I'll be able to ask some questions for Kenyans to get enlightened and also be able to know the kind of leaders they are looking forward to consider for governance of the country in the future. Thank you.
You're in a noisy place. Make sure that you are in a place where that when you give your mic, yeah, your background is so noisy today. Check on that. So, guys, let us be in a quiet place when you have a mic, and also when you have a question, just ask it directly. Yep. Thank you so much, Academia. I see you. Xavier, how are you doing? Xavier, I can see you on a mic. How are you doing? Okay. Thank you so much. That's okay. All right, guys. You can have a mic. You can request a mic. This is a time that you can ask questions. Also, you can share with me questions that you have, so that when Shimiwa Njigi comes in, we can ask him any question that you have. Let us know so that we can do that at any given point. So, thank you so much for joining again. Welcome on board, and let us converse every Sunday. We're here to see the state of the country, of our nation, and we want to condemn strongly the death of one of the young people, Richard Otieno, who died in Molo last night. He has been complaining a lot about his life, but at the end of the day, he was killed. And it's unfortunate. We hope that government will give more details about his death um, this week or any time, so that we see what is happening. And these are the things that we are talking about. Um, the killings that is happening, the abductions, the taxes, oh, the things that's happening around our country. Academia, how are you doing today? All right, Chris and Titi, how are you?
I'm good. Bring Jimmy Wanjigi. We ask you questions.
Okay, you can ask me the questions. He will come. He's coming. He's joining. Just share the
Roadmap.
space.
Ask him. I'm asking him what is his plan, especially him himself,
Okay.
as we march to 2027, and what is the state of the nation, and what lies ahead of us.
All right. I hear you. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. What is his plan? What's the state of the nation? And what is he doing about it? All right. Thank you so much for that. I will do that. I will do that. If you get a chance, also, I'll give you mic to ask that question. Yes.
Also, maybe some of us might be intending to run for some positions in future. Can he incorporate some of us in his Safina party, like me, myself? Ask particularly for me. I want
So
to
where
run
do you want
for
to?
some seat,
Where?
Nairobi.
Which
Okay.
seat? Which
So,
seat do you want to run to?
member of county assembly within Ruiru constituency.
Oh, that's Kiambu. That
Maybe
is
I can
that is
run on his
that
party.
that is not Nairobi one. You need to know your locations
Sorry,
well.
Kiambu.
So Kiambu, talk to
Nairobi region. I was talking in Nairobi region. Kiambu.
no, Nairobi is not. Kiambu is not a
Ruiru.
Nairobi region, man. Ruiru is just in Thika, actually. So talk to Wamatangi well. But okay, I hear your question, and that's okay. Yeah, those people want to join Sofina party. You're allowed. Any party in Kenya, I think you're allowed. You just do what the party needs so that you can just join what they want. You follow their constitution. You talk to them, the secretariat. Then you can join the party and go ahead. Otherwise, thank you so much for willing to be county assembly in the county assembly 2027. All right. That's a good thing. Congratulations. Move on and go ahead. Junior, how are you? Junior Chebo. Okay. Tao Stephen, how are you doing? Man, you cannot have a mic and you don't talk. All right. Also, guys, when you have a mic, I call you twice. If you don't respond, I drop you and to allow other people to come up. Yes, Tao, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
No, we can hear a lot of background noise, so we can't hear you well.
Okay, I'm in the vehicle,
Okay.
but all I can say is we stake all our energy against fighting tribalism because that is what our current regime is trying to disrupt with. That is the end of my speech. Huh?
All right. Junior, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Good, man. How are you doing today?
I'm well.
Right. Welcome to the Pressure Point and Sunday edition. This is State of the Nation. What can you tell us as we wait Mheshimiwa to come in?
It is the first time to join here,
Yes, sir.
but let me wait him.
Okay. You wait for him. Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. All right, Academia, how are you doing? How was the Sunday? Okay, Abdi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good, Hillary.
Yes.
Just wait for the guests. We do the opening statement, and then we move on from there. I think.
It's coming in the next 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So, yeah, that's fine. Guys, you can have a mic. If you want to say something, you can do that before the governor come in or the Mheshimiwa Jimmy Wanjigi come in so that you can ask your question. I know he's coming in the next 5 minutes. Try to share the space. I'll just start a conversation the next 5 minutes. So this one is just warm up of the state of the nation today, what has been happening, and we have seen one of the young people being killed in Molo. If you don't have that news, you can check. There's one person that is killed. It's called Richard Otieno, who was the president of Gencis in Molo County, in Molo. I think Molo constituency, something like that. So you can do that and check. Yes, George Ogon, how are you doing today? George, good. evening, or good morning, or good afternoon. Depend wherever you are. Okay. Criminal, how are you doing? Somebody's called criminal records here. Criminal, are you here? All right. Okay. Felix, how are you? Felix Nyakundi. Criminal, are you talking?
Yes, mine was
Yes, sir.
I was requesting the Mheshimiwa before he comes. My question was, I think Kenya now requires a leader who can come and be bold enough to jail these people. I think there's a crop of so many leaders who need to go to jail because we're looking at the how things are going. Leaving these people to loiter around, we are not going to change this country. So we need a leader who will be bold enough to jail these people. There are so many leaders who have to go to jail. Thank you.
I hear you. I hear you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And we will ask Mheshimiwa Wanjigi to respond on that. I know he has 3 minutes to come in to start conversation with us. Thank you so much for that. And when you let me give when you're talking, just raise up your hand. Number two, we have only two language to use, that English and Swahili. But three, respects the time when the court say that Oro say that it's 3 minutes, it's 3 minutes. And we mean that so that we can make our conversation um, more constructive and more objective. And don't interrupt. And many people, sometimes we have so many requests, and that's why now I'm giving people mic now. People doesn't want to talk, and when the speaker is here, is talking, is giving his time because we invited him. We usually give him time to address us. And no, sometimes we lack to give you a mic. It's not by a plan, but it's just that we have so many requests sometimes. So just bear with us. But we really love everybody that's joining our conversation. If you have a question, you can write down there and make sure that things are running well. Yeah. So that way, George, how are you doing? Wanda, I see you. Welcome on board, George.
Yeah, they can also put the comment on the comment section, and then we'll be reading them all out together.
Sure, George, how are you? Okay, George is not here. Thank you so much, guys, for joining the speaker. We'll add you later. Kijana ya Morara, habari yako?
Mzuri sana, asante sana kwa hii nafasi ku air our grievances
Yes, sir.
about our government.
Right.
Yangu kwanza ni I want to ask a question about the movement because saa hizi unaona the more tuna relax the more government let me say ina inject more. Juzi tumeona appointments za Ruto, nimeona I don't know kama ni ukweli ama ni rumors, but appoint some of the people wako kwa government like Gladys Wanga husband anarudia kureappoint venye amefanya na CS. Another thing is hello, sijui kama mnanisikia.
Tunakusikia
Yes, we can
kijana,
hear you.
tunakusikia vizuri.
Kwangu ni kama
We can hear you. Okay, Felix will not work that way. If you're in a noisy place, just keep it yourself. We'll not do that. When you're in a noisy place, we cannot give you a mic anymore. And make sure that your background is very quiet so that we can keep our conversation more constructive and anybody can listen what you're saying. We don't want to listen what you're listening. Please make sure that your background is very, very quiet. I see you, Dr. Milton, for joining the space. Welcome. Wanda, how are you doing, man? Long time. How are you? Happy New Year. Okay, Wanda cannot hear me now. All right, later on. Okay, who was it? Hmm. Yeah, I see people joining. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. And what is San? How are you doing today? And what is San? All right, maybe you have mic issues. Check your mic, check your connection. Sometimes there's a problem with the network. Check that so that we can hear you well. Mundolo, I see you. And there's an app called Akinyi. This app, guys, this app can help you so much. It is made by one of us here called Omundulo, and this app is a very good app. You can download it yourself. You have children. If you don't have children, even yourself, you have an appointment. It's an app that can help you, and is built by a Kenyan. And these are the things that we're promoting all the time when you do something. And it has a lot. You can download it. It's free in the Google, uh, in the app stores. You can download it and know what is happening. When you have an appointment, you can do whatever you want to do. It is a it's amazing. It's amazing, amazing app. We'll invite him one day to come and talk about this app, and you see how this app can help you as a person, and even can help you. It helps to attract to track so many things. Ronya, I see you. Welcome on board. Yes, guys, thank you so much for joining again. Sunday 19th, we're here to converse with Honorable Wanjigi. And say that share the link so that many people can join. So we hear what is happening and what is his views of what is happening in our country. We see many people are dying, many people are being killed, and we don't know what is happening. Otherwise, thank you so much, and we are happy to see you, all of you. We are so happy every time when you join our spaces. We really appreciate your time for joining and converse with us at this point, being the Sunday. Have a mic. You can request a mic as we start our conversation. Dr. Onyango, I see you. Welcome. Wanjiru, I see you. And many other people. Everybody, feel welcome and feel at home. When you have a question, you can write them down there. Honorable is joining in the next 2 minutes, and then we start our conversation officially. But when you have a question, you can have a mic now. If you have anything that you want to say, we can have a conversation as we go forward. Dolphin, how are you doing today? Actually, I have a question. Uh, Tiboni, I see you. I think everybody's here. Uh-huh. Dolphin, good morning. How are you?
Harry, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Mko fiti?
Tuko sawa labda wewe.
We, we are set. We are set to inject.
Okay, karibu sana. Yeah, we are here to inject and to make sure that did last time you talked about we mentioned the guy who was missing. We tried to look at him. Can you give us more information about that?
Oh yeah, he was actually found, but apparently he's admitted, and I'm not allowed to disclose which hospital because of their privacy and his safety. Uh, he's actually undergoing medication at the moment, but his health is actually not bad. The health is not that bad. Is actually improving. And I know once he gets well, he'll come here to testify and to tell us exactly what happened.
Thank you
Because
so
the truth is, the guy was abducted. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much, guys, for working hard. And Dolphin reported one of his colleagues was abducted uh, 3 weeks ago, and now he's free. And the unfortunately that he's in hospital, but we thank God that he's alive. We hope when he's well, he will
Yeah.
come here and give a testimony what happened. And but we thank God, comrades. Thank you so much for doing that and pushing it hard for our brother to uh, get home well. Thank you so much, and let us do that now. And it's so unfortunate that this morning we wake up with the death. One of the comrades was killed in Molo Elbagon. It's so unfortunate that the family is crying. Many people are crying, friends and everybody. It's so unfortunate. And these killings, that's what we want to condemn strongly and say that whoever killed these people, they must come on board and we must see them. The government should do something so that we can see the family gets justice. Otherwise, thank you so much, Dolphin, for joining our conversation today. We really
You're
appreciate. And
welcome.
I see Honorable already is here with us. Um, we want to open our meeting officially now to start. Abdi, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Yes,
You can hear me?
I can hear you very well, and I see Honorable Wanjigi is here with us. You can give open remarks as we start our conversation. Then I will welcome Honorable. We start our conversation.
Yeah. Thank you. Good evening. Good morning. And everyone, thank you for joining us to these important conversations, as we always do in Pressure Point on Sundays. We all agree that Kenya is at crossroad, facing some of the most significant challenges in its history, I think, from economic strain to raising corruption, lack of accountability. The Kenyan people are suffering. I think basic necessities are becoming unaffordable. Public resources that should have improved healthcare, education, infrastructure are being squandered left, right, center. Unemployment continues to soar while poverty deepen in every region of our country. I think our youth should be the backbone of our nation, yet they face a future filled with uncertainty. I think the government recent push to regulate social media under the guise of tackling misuse is thinly veiled attempt at digital policy. It's not all about cybersecurity, it's about silencing dissent. I think free speech is not a crime, bad governance is. I think political survival cannot be built on suppression. We must protect our rights, fight for future where accountability and transparency are the core foundations of our democracy. I think also recently we have seen old faces in leadership recycled through political alliances. These are not solutions to our governance crisis. They are very deep-seated grievance of the people. These are the time that this is not the time elites who have failed us to cut time and again. I think the political class has failed to address the real issues: corruption, injustices, inequality, lack of opportunity for the majority. As a result, our education system is also in shambles. Our infrastructure is woefully inadequate to meet the needs of the growing population. I think the real opposition today is the streets. Ordinary Kenyans are demanding the change that has long been promised. The political class must listen, act with integrity, and serve the people. Tonight, we are honored to hear from Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi, Safina Party leader, who has long also advocated for democracy, justice, and reforms. I think his insights are also vital as we look to solution to our national crisis. We are also joined by our distinguished panel of Pressure Point team, Dr. Milton, Bonnie, Hillary, and the rest, and other leaders and activists who are pushing for real change. This conversation is more than just a discussion, it's a call to action. Let's engage, organize, work together for a better Kenya. Thank you, Hillary, over to you.
Thank you so much, Abdi, for that welcoming and the open remarks. Honorable Wanjigi, we are honored to have you today in the Pressure Point to talk about state of the nation, and I know many Kenyans know you and what you stand for. As you come in, Honorable Wanjigi, we have seen a death today that one of the young people has been killed in Elbagon. It's so unfortunate. One was abducted 3 weeks ago and he was released, plus others. As you come in, Honorable Wanjigi, how are you doing today? How is your Sunday? How have you been? You've been so quiet lately, but how are you doing today?
Hillary, and all that are listening, I'm very honored to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm sorry I'm slightly late. I hope you can hear me. Some of your conversations were a bit were cutting when I was hearing. I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yeah, you're very good. I can hear you very clear.
Hillary?
Yes, I can hear you, Mheshimiwa. I can hear you very well.
You're clear. Go ahead, Honorable Wanjigi.
Okay. Yes, today is indeed a very, very sad day in this republic. We have a young man that was killed out in Molo. apparently last night. And it is a very sad situation that we're going through here. I think we must take it into context as to the overall problem we're having in Kenya. We are going through a revolution. The revolution has not ended. This is still the revolution. And unfortunately, there shall be casualties because we are dealing with a tyrant who has no solutions for the problems of Kenyans, a tyrant who has decided that his survival on that seat between now and 2027 is the only important thing. But before I go on, let me start with reminding us about some of our principles. And I want to start with starting with the reading of the preamble of our Constitution. And it reads like this: We, the people of Kenya, acknowledging the supremacy of the Almighty God of all creation, honoring those who heroically struggle to bring freedom and justice to our land. That is including the current sacrifices that are being meted on us. Proud of our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation. Respectful of the environment, which is our heritage, and determined to sustain it for the benefit of future generations. Committed in nurturing and protecting the well-being of the individual, the family, communities, and the nation. This is the 2010 Constitution. And lastly, recognizing the aspirations of all Kenyans for government based on the essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law. Those are 6 tenets that are the preamble to our 2010 Constitution. And just reading by them, you know exactly where we are today in Kenya and where the government stands. The government does not recognize our aspirations. The government does not value our human rights, our equality, our freedom, our democracy. They do not adhere to any social justice, and they definitely do not abide by the rule of law. This is the current situation in Kenya. I also would like to do something that I do every time I appear on air. The last time I was on air, when I started this, I had said that I'm going to keep mentioning and naming the Gen Zs that were sacrificed during the revolution. There are 60 names that we have. This is for the revolution of June, and I had reached number 20. Number 20 was a young man called Dennis Otieno Oduor from Mombasa. 21, Emmanuel Giggs Tata of Mombasa. 22, Joash Ombati of Mombasa. Number 23, Kevin Ochieng of Siaya Hospital. Number 24, Anthony Macharia Mwangi, a Form 4 student of Isabania Boys. Number 25, Denzel Omondi was found in Thika Mortuary. Number 26, Kennedy Odhiambo Maina was also found in the city mortuary. Number 27, Wilson Sitati was also found in the city mortuary. Number 28, Kennedy Njero was found in the city mortuary. Number 29, Duncan Onsongo in the city mortuary of Nairobi. And number 30, Chris Gitonga in Nanyuki. Those are a list of 30 names that I've mentioned on air, just so that we do not forget our heroes. We must remember our heroes. We cannot go forward as a nation if we do not recognize them. You can see the preamble of our Constitution says, honoring those who heroically have struggled to bring freedom and justice on our land. Those were from the freedom fighters during the colonial period, those that have gone through the second liberation, those were also struggles. And we are now in our third, which is the economic revolution. And I hope that's what we're going to talk about today. Hillary, I hope you can hear me still.
I can hear you, Mheshimiwa. Can you hear me? Abdi Mweshmua cannot hear me. Abdi, can you hear me?
I can hear loud and clear. I can hear Mheshimiwa Jimmy
I
Wanjigi
can
loud and
hear
clear.
him, but he cannot hear me.
Okay.
Uh,
So we go on. Now, we are at a very important part in the nation's history. And many people are saying we are talking too much, we are not acting. We are talking because we are educating. We are talking because we are imparting knowledge. An informed public is an empowered public. We must understand the times that we're in, what we are going through. And some of us who've had the privilege to be a bit more knowledgeable about current affairs and previous affairs have got an onerous duty to impart this to our fellow Kenyan. Because if you do not know what you're dealing with, it is so easy to be divided into very parochial lines and very myopic topics. We are going through what we call the economic revolution of Kenya. And anybody who believes that the economic revolution of Kenya is not going to be as hard as our political revolution is in delusionment. The political revolution of Kenya began with the fight against the Muzungu, the colonialist, and that ended when we got independence. That was the first part of it. The second part of it was the second liberation, where we had our own leaders, our own Kenyans, our own Black Kenyans, who decided that they are going to just replace the Mzungu with themselves and act the same way. So they took away our political rights. Many of you who are young do not know how powerful this medium is, how it is so good that we can talk as freely as we do today. Ruto may be trying to drag us back, but he will not succeed. We have rights that are enshrined and embedded in the 2010 Constitution that he cannot take away. We fought for it. Many Kenyans died to get us there. But in many ways, then one, we reached our what you call our peak of political liberation in the 2010 Constitution. We have the right to assemble. We have the right to have different political parties. We have a voice in the media, whether formal or social. We can gather. Many people don't know that even an MP could not call a meeting without getting a letter from a chief who had to approve his meeting, a baraza of his own constituents. We only had one media house. You could not talk until the 2010 Constitution. Although Kibaki, I must say, even though he did not have that Constitution, he had the old Constitution, gave us phenomenal freedoms in terms of our voice and our assembly. Now, this is the next period of our lives, which is called the economic revolution. Many countries choose to do different things. If you look at the history of Singapore, they decided, Lee Kuan Yew said, that I am going for economic revolution. I am going to make sure there is no hungry Singaporean. I'm going to make sure there is a modicum of full employment. I'm going to make sure that you have the highest per capita income in the world, and it is today the highest per capita income in the world. Everybody will have a house, will have free education, will have free hospital, will have unemployment insurance, will have a good pension, will have a good life. And he insisted on discipline to attain it, but he said political rights, you search for it, badai. I'm giving you economic rights. Very similar situation in China, where the Cultural Revolution identified the China man and woman. That was during the time of Mao Zedong, but he left a poverty rate of 80%. And Deng, who got in, said he is going to create an economic revolution, not a political one. If you want to fight for your political rights thereafter, go ahead and do it. And he left the country at his death with a 3% poverty rate. He brought it right down. But you cannot say that you have so-called political rights in China. You cannot. But you do have economic rights. Now, here in Kenya, we have a great advantage. The fact that we went through a huge struggle for our political rights has given us a great platform to fight for our economic rights. And those economic rights mean that we are prepared to upset a system that was embedded here over 100 years ago by the colonialists. The colonialists came here in 1897. And these colonialists came here after what they call the Scramble of Africa. This was after the Bismarck Conference in Germany, where they decided to carve Africa up and make it their spoils, because they had had too many wars in Europe amongst each other. And they said they have found a place where there is plenty, where there is sunshine, where everything grows, where there is minerals, and that if they can carve it up equally, no particular country getting more power than the other, there are some Africans to go and exploit there and land to go and extract from. So they came here with a company called Royal East Africa India Company in 1897. They then changed it in 1902 to Imperial British East Africa. And a man called Mackinnon took over in 1902. Now, this company came here primarily for only three things: to exploit us, to extract from our land, and to dominate us. They're the ones who came here. They defined us, they stated who we are, they called us Bantu, they called us Nilots, they gave us our tribal names, they put us in clusters, and eventually, in 1920, they colonized us. And that same private company became the government of Kenya. That same private company that came here to exploit us, to extract from us, and dominate us became the government of Kenya. Mackinnon became governor. This is what we are talking about. So a private company became the government. The policemen that you see today and were created at that time were the watchmen of this same private company. The policeman today acts no different. He believes that ule mdosi ambayo yuko kwa ofisi is the one that's important. You who pays taxes and his salary that is outside the gate, he asks you unataka nini hapa. He doesn't know that even that public property is yours. We have a system here that has carried on for far too long, over 100 years, where a government just exploits, extracts, and dominates us. It is no different. But now we have the political rights embedded in our 2010 constitution that give us a great platform to fight this. And until you understand what you're fighting, we are just going to keep going and recycling the same leadership, the same ethos, the same direction. And people keep wondering, even 100 years on, why is Kenya never changing? Why is Sub-Saharan Africa never changing? We must understand the times we are in. So for the last 2 years plus, we have bothered, I and a few people have bothered to try and educate, to civically impart information and knowledge so that people are better informed, so that you're not manipulated into tribal cocoons, you're not manipulated into petty fights, you're not manipulated by little pennies that are doled out by politicians. You understand the real challenge before you, that this challenge is a challenge that is not only before us now, but it is for posterity, it is for generations to come. And if we seize the opportunity correctly, if we do act now and change the direction of this country, we have the greatest opportunity to change Sub-Saharan Africa, which has 1 billion plus people, and thereafter face the world as such a powerful united force, like we have seen Europe do, we've seen Southeast Asia do, we've seen China do, we have seen North America continually do, to the extent that it is the supremo superpower today. We must understand our time. Our time is economic revolution. That means that nobody here should be worrying about school fees. Nobody here should be worrying about a relative, family member, or themselves getting ill. Nobody here should be worried about whether they have a job or not. Nobody here should be worried about their pensions. Nobody should be worried about the infrastructure. Nobody should be worried in any manner or form about their security. We should have come together, and this land of plenty, this land of milk and honey, should have been producing for us. What is it that the Mzungu saw 100 years ago that our own governance has been unable to see all this time? This is what you must understand. And you must understand there is a political leadership that is embedded to make sure that we do not achieve that economic liberation. And they're just using a template that was so long ago employed by the same colonialist. And the template goes like this: 60% of us must remain at poverty level, where we are busy just looking for food, we are busy looking for nothing else but very basic needs, very basic needs. And that the hope of those who are looking for food in that 60% to get out of the poverty cycle is to educate their child, to pull them out of it. And if they still don't change that, it's okay. They have a bit more empowered child that can come back and help them look for more food. Nothing else. Then you have 30% that have been embedded into what I call man slavery and mental slavery. They are the ones who are employed. They are a salary away from poverty. They are a mortgage away. They want their kids to go to private school. They will never rock the boat because they have too much to lose and they do not want to go back to poverty. They are too embedded in looking and struggling for their daily needs to maintain a particular lifestyle. And then you have what you call the 10%. The 10% are those who actually are status quo. They want the status quo to remain, of which only 1% of those are truly governing and running this country. This is a template that was put in by the colonialists, and it has not changed since independent Kenya. That 10% is the one that says, if you are Mijikenda and your boss is at the table of the president, then the Mijikenda are full because your chief, your kingpin is eating. That means even you're eating. You, if you are a Mukamba and your boss is up there, your kingpin is up there and is sharing the cake in that 10%, even you are getting full. This is myopic, it is colonial, it is pathetic in thinking. We are at a point of economic liberation, and these people do not want us to get it, because to emancipate us economically means that we become people that are moved by ideology, by reason. We have time to think and absorb what is correct and upward leadership. They don't want that. They are bereft of ideas. They have gone back to the old template, and that's what they're about. And I want to then add categorically here that something happened after the 2010 constitution. Something happened in this country after Mwai Kibaki left power. And that something was an enslavery that has been put on us, a chain that will be with us for the next 60 years unless we cut it off. This life that we're living, this agony that Kenyans have got economically will not change unless we cut off this chain that was then added to us after we got our political rights. After we attained our political rights, a regime deliberately enslaved us with a chain which is so phenomenal. And we've been trying to tell people what this chain is for the last two years or so. Fortunately, we are now seeing some light at the end of the tunnel, but we still have a long way to go in terms of education. This chain is a chain called debt. A new thing was created that has never been there before. This is not ordinary debt. It is not the debt of a man called President Moi. It is not the debt of Mwai Kibaki. It is a new kind of chain, one that has enslaved us, and you need to understand it. And unless we understand it, and unless we are clear about what we are to do, we can remove Ruto today, the problem will still be there. We will still be asking what happened. And when we start asking what happened, we'll be asking ourselves, my God, have we no hope in this country? And that's when you see a country literally become a banana republic, because the populace lose all hope in anything called leadership. What happened is that in 2013, 2014, the regime of Uhuru Ruto decided that they are economically going to enslave us for generations to come. They decided that the new constitution and its financial laws do not work for them. It does not work for the enslavement of Kenyans. It is going to emancipate us. It is going to liberate us. It is going to enlighten us. It is going to create a new kind of politics in this country that is about ideology. Those of you who are in the diaspora understand ideological politics. It is the one premised on whether you're left or right, whether you're Democrat or you're Republican, whether you're liberal or conservative. It is ideological. And a lot of the basis is economic, whether you're socialist or you're capitalist. It's normally the foundation. What is your economic model? And what happened about 12 years ago is that the new constitution embedded our social and economic rights that became a mandate of a government to perform. And the only way you're going to stop that mandate is to make sure that there's no money in the coffers of government. There is normal debt and there is abnormal debt. What was created here was debt that never came to build anything. Didn't build a bridge, a borehole, a road, nothing. This was debt that entered people's stomachs and we are paying for it. It's like somebody taking a loan in your name and it's your security, your salary that pays it, and they're the ones enjoying all the benefit, and they have taken off and nobody can touch them. This is what happened 12 years ago. It was a systematic scheme to enslave Kenyans, and this current president was deeply embedded in it. Deeply embedded in it. I even believe he may have been the bigger architect of it. I did the MOU for the two of them. I believed that supporting Uhuru Ruto in 2013 was going to be a change for this country. We had a new constitution. I believed that we were going to deal with the scourge and the monster of tribalism. We were bringing two warring tribes that had just fought so viciously just a few years ago in 2007. Together, we're creating peace. And we had this great belief that if the two communities are not killing each other, there's no fight. Because those two communities have fought from the Moi era. A government of Moi that instigated clashes against the community of Kikuyus that lived in the Rift Valley. We strongly believed we were going to bury tribalism with that. It had brought out the worst of us in 2007. And we believed categorically that this, and I was not alone, many of us believed in it, that this was going to be one clear solution so we can put it aside, create a new governance platform with a new constitution, and also a new generation in power. Kibaki were the age of our fathers. So this was a new generation into power who had new education, had different thinking, different exposure, a time to bring in ideological politics and to bring out the emancipation economically of Kenyans. I believe my generation was going to do it. And I was confident. My good friend Uhuru Kenyatta, I grew up with him from when we were in high school. We had similar upbringing. We knew the world. We had exposure. We were certain that this was going to be the time that this country was going to change dramatically. We believed William Ruto had the simplicity of a humble background that we did not have, that he would bring the debate of those that we may not be seeing on the table and make sure that we create a new template for Kenya. And I say categorically on this show that I was instrumental in bringing them. I accept that, and I've accepted it since. It did not take long. And I can tell you, we were very clear. One of the things we used to do when we sat together, and we did so very often, whether in my home or in their homes, is that we had a prayer. And the prayer began this way, that if Kenyans save them, they shall save the country. And if they do not save the country shall get rid of them. It was premised on repentance. They did not repent. And I can tell you, we fell out within months because people decided they are not going to repent. They decided that Kenya is going to be their kingdom, their territory, and they are going to make sure that people are downtrodden. And they started something that was most frightening. Most frightening. We had the first Eurobond, and I'll start there. $2 billion Eurobond that was purchased from all over the world through a facilitating bank called JP Morgan Chase. JP Morgan Chase were the ones that got a lot of capital put together and raised the first $2 billion. This money was so called to be used at a lower interest rate. At the time, it was just under 6% interest rate. So that now, as was argued by the government, so that now they do not borrow locally from our domestic market to sustain any shortfalls in the budget deficit. And this was argued publicly, stated publicly by the president at the time. Little did some of us know that it was purely a heist. Our laws are very clear. Our new constitution is very clear. Our Public Finance Management Act is very clear. The first thing it says is that all monies must be deposited in the consolidated account, which is the account in the central bank, which is called exchequer account. All monies that are to be received by any party, whether it is a loan, whether it is tax revenue, must go to the consolidated account. That is the first thing. Number two, in the PFM, it is categorical that all monies that are borrowed must be for development. We are not allowed to borrow any money for recurrent expenditure. So when the president was saying that he is borrowing the Eurobond money to starve off our domestic borrowing, he should have implied that this is going towards projects. In fact, if you look at the prospectus that JP Morgan Chase pushed out to the world, it was to go for development. They listed a letter from the then CS Finance, Rotich, talking about the various projects that Kenyan government needs funded for this, for the good of this nation. They had very many infrastructure projects, to environment projects, to all sorts of things. That is on the prospectus. What they didn't tell you, and they didn't think that any of us would ever bother telling you, is that any item that is funded on debt, any item that is funded without taxes, is in the budget of Kenya. It is stately in the budget, and a vote head is created. So much money is coming towards this project, it is passed in the budget. This prospectus went out in March 2014. There was no budget that this was funding. There was nothing in the line items of the budget that had been passed in the previous June that had anything to do with any Eurobond funding or even any domestic debt funding. It was not there. And then they decided that once they do this, they are not going to borrow locally. It is a man called Jacob Juma who came up to me a few months later and told me, Jimmy, something is wrong here. They have still borrowed domestically, and at the same time, we cannot find in the finance books what are called quarterly reports from the Ministry of from the Treasury. We cannot find we cannot find this Eurobond, what it has done. And we decided to raise some questions. Now, I must tell you, a lot of people at the time the Eurobond was being taken advised against it and said, this is borrowing for consumption. It is illegal, it should not be done, even within the Treasury and within the central bank. But the two of them, with the Minister of Finance called Rotich, said, rubbish, they are going to go ahead and do it. When we investigated, unfortunately, they gave us the documents because we created a lot of noise about it. We found, yes, sure enough, $2 billion was raised by JP Morgan Chase. And it was banked at JP Morgan Chase. What we didn't know then, but we got to understand much later, was that an account had been opened at JP Morgan Chase. And that account was called Sovereign Wealth Fund Kenya. Sovereign Wealth Fund Kenya. And the two signatories were the Bernard Ndungu, who is the accountant general, and his deputy of the Treasury. They opened an account, JP Morgan Chase in New York, where those funds were received. And they were the two signatories. And they were the ones to decide where it goes. Remember, the law is very, very clear. You cannot open, you cannot receive money other than in the account of consolidated fund. That account is Article 206 of the Constitution, and it reads like this. There is established the consolidated fund into which is paid all money raised or received by and on behalf of the national government, except money that A, is reasonably excluded from the fund by an act of parliament, that is, for example, the Petroleum Levy Fund or the Housing Fund, which they recently created, an act of parliament. And two, may, under an act of parliament, be retained by a state organ that received it for the purpose of defraying the expenses of the state organ, if this is called A and E. All right? But remember, again, under an act of parliament. A and B are the only exceptions that money does not enter the consolidated fund, which is based at the central bank. Now, when we said, how was this money being received in New York? And how are these people the ones who are distributing it? So we asked for this distribution. Show us that this money was transferred to Central Bank of Kenya, to consolidated fund. What we found is that $650 million went to Standard Chartered Bank to pay a loan on behalf of what was called a syndicated loan that Mwai Kibaki took of 650 of Barclays Bank, but through Standard Chartered. That they showed us a SWIFT. It was directly from New York out that way. The second one of 350, they showed us a SWIFT from New York right to the consolidated fund. So we said, okay, that accounts for $1 billion. Can you kindly show us where the other $1 billion go? This was now done in May 2014. We asked, where is the other $1 billion? When we asked that, we were shown documents. Rotich put them out on the internet. And he said, we have documents here that show you that this bond was so good that we did tap sales of $850 million. Those tap sales were done in December by Citibank, London, and he showed us a transfer from Citibank London to Consolidated Fund of $850 million. A SWIFT transfer was also shown, right? And it was direct, Citibank London, direct to Consolidated Fund. We said, that's very good. Now you're showing us another 850, sawa. But the original 2 billion, there's 1 billion we have not seen, dollars. He said, oh, that JP Morgan hung on to until September 2014 and transferred to us. We said, please, we want to see the transfer SWIFT like you have shown us with all the others. They indeed publicized the SWIFT, but that SWIFT was redacted. It did not show us where the money went. And that is where, helter-skelter, we hit the roof. We hit the roof. Where is that $1 billion? And that became the subject under which has not been concluded today. That money did not enter the consolidated fund. And any report you read, whether it was from Edward Auko to what, you start seeing all sorts of funny reasoning as to why. Now we asked, how is this money going all over the place? It's not in its consolidated account, so the Auditor General cannot see it. The Controller of Budget does not approve its removal. What is all this nonsense? Only for us to find that indeed in March 2014, when they were going out for the Eurobond, Honorable Duale, who was then the majority leader, had taken an amendment to the Public Finance Management Act, and he called it an Amendment to Public Finance Management Act 2014. This amendment was an amendment of the Constitution through an Act of Parliament. And what it did, if you remember my reading of Article 206, it had two exceptions to when money does not enter the consolidated fund, A and B. They added C and D in PFM, because in PFM, it was copy-pasted as per the Constitution Article 206 and pasted. Now they amended it and added C and D in an Act of Parliament to show you how a criminal operates. It was deliberate. And C and D go like this. C, disbursed directly to the suppliers where the loan, in other words, exception to entering the consolidated fund, disbursed directly to the suppliers where the loan is a government-to-government loan and is raised for the purpose of financing goods and services provided by a supplier outside Kenya to do with the loans. D, in the case of an external loan or external government security applied in part to pay at closing pre-negotiated expenses associated solely with exhaustively with the borrowing, including but not limited to the fees, commissions, expenses of lenders, financial arrangers, managers, book runners, fiscal agents, trustees, paying agents, exchange, information agents, syndicate agents, counsel, clearing agents, listing agents, stock exchange, rating agencies, and other expenses of a similar nature arising from an external loan or external government security. They amended the Constitution through an Act of Parliament and added C and D, which has nothing else to do but to do with loans. It is amazing that the Attorney General at the time, Githu Muigai, approved this criminality, because an act, any amendment to any act must go through the AG, it must go through cabinet, and from cabinet it goes to parliament. They deliberately created criminality in order to create our enslavement. The $1 billion was just the beginning of a heist. It whet their appetite. And let me articulate as quickly as I can what their appetite became. What you look at is what had happened, what you call a primary account. What are the accounts of government? What are the expenses? And what are the revenues? So we bothered to look and do the numbers from 2013 all the way to 2023. We said, let us do some numbers. And I hope, Hillary, you have a pen. Please note down these numbers. It simply goes this way. We looked at all the expenses. What was development in the budget? It was 6 trillion for those 10 years. What were the county expenses? What were the salaries? What were the pensions? What were the operations of government? In other words, police, petrol, and so on, travel, etc. What were those expenses? What did they come to? And my good numbers people did a figure, and it came to exactly 16.4 trillion. I said, higher, so that seems okay. Now, what were the revenues? We looked at KRA, we looked at what the government had stated, what central bank was stated, and we came down to a figure of 13.3 trillion. If you look at the numbers, you see the difference. It's 1 trillion something. 1.2, 1.3 trillion was the difference. Now, that is a shortfall for 10 years. That's the budget deficit. That is all that we required. But what did we borrow? We borrowed a total of 7.7 trillion in the same 10 years. 6.4 or so trillion of what we did not need is not on any budget line. It did not enter the consolidated fund. It financed nothing. Nothing. And just to shock you, more, what did we pay towards the payment of debt? In those 10 years, up to the time Uhuru left, we had paid 5.6. And then in the first financial year of William Samoei Ruto, we paid another 1.4. You can see categorically that is 7 trillion we paid towards this debt. And as we look at 7 trillion payment, what is our outstanding debt? 11 trillion. What is this thing? What is this monster that doesn't go away? This monster that up until today, I can tell you, I've just done some figures on the December accounts here of the statement of actual revenues and expenditure. It has accounted for, in December, 77% of our tax revenue went towards the payment of debt. In November, it was 78. Our taxes are going 70% plus towards nothing else but the payment of this debt. It never ends. These numbers never come down. And more of our taxes, 70 shillings of every 100 plus, is going towards it. If you do not deal with this, you will never deal with it. 1.3 trillion was for 10 years. If they took 6.4 above, that is a deficit for the next 60 years they took in advance. All right? 10 years is one. So 6.4 is 10 years, is 60 years that they've taken in advance, that will keep compounding and eating us and eating us and eating us. Every time we produce, anytime we work, anytime we do anything, we are paying 70% of the taxes that we are contributing towards this monster. And yet people are thinking the problem is Ruto flying all over the place, or Ruto stealing here, these peanuts he's stealing. This is the biggest theft to our lives, our livelihoods, our future. It is our enslavement. And unless we say we are going to cut it off, there's nothing else we are doing here. We are wasting time. You can remove Ruto, put who you want. If they do not cut off this thing, it is not about just jailing people. If we do not cut off this slavery, this particular slavery, we are doomed as a nation. And what has happened is that William Ruto, because he was a participant in it, he has enjoyed the spoils of it. He cannot revisit it. He is living the legacy of their regime. That is what has happened. He can't turn it around. He has now got it on his plate. He can't turn it. He knows he has no solution. He knows he's going to fail. And the only thing he can thereafter do is postpone his exit. He's trying and dying to just remain there until the next election. He doesn't even care if he will remove him. He will leave the problem to somebody else and will be crying the same way as we're crying today. He can only resort to tyranny because he cannot solve our problem. Just a few days ago, the new Minister of Finance comes out and says, we are never going to get relief on our lives because we have debt payments and the only time we'll get relief is in 2034. And he tried to list bullet payments of Eurobonds that are due, because these Eurobonds ended up becoming $7 billion worth of Eurobonds. And there is another 7 to 8 billion worth of syndicated loans. And there's humongous domestic debt called 5.4 trillion, which we don't know what it is. We are in a situation where if we do not deal with this, if we do not deal with this one particular issue, it is not about tribe, it is not about this, it is not about that. William Ruto will never be graced by God to solve this problem that he helped create. He cannot solve it because he is in it. He's in the muck. And anything that means that you address it, look at it, audit it, find fault in it. In fact, the audit I can give them tomorrow. Here it is. These are the numbers. This is what happened. And nobody, in 2 years we have spoken about this, nobody has contradicted our numbers. Let them come and tell us, show us where we are wrong. They can't. They don't even want to address it. And every time we come to economic issues, we are sidetracked. We are sidetracked to all sorts of things. I even believe that is why abductions happened in December, because all of a sudden we're coming back to the issues that raised the revolution in June. There were economic issues that raised the revolution in June. It was about raising taxation. When people are already in pain, you're adding more pain. And he was advertising it in his mouth. Oh, by the time I get to 2022, 27, will be 22% of of our GDP. I don't know what we're going to tax. He was advertising pain, right? Because in this solution, to solve this problem, you only have two choices. You either raise taxes because you need more revenue, and there are limitations of that, or you go to default, which other countries have done. We are today the highest debt ratio servicing country in the world. In other words, of our taxation, we are the one country that is paying the most of its revenue towards debt servicing. We, Kenya, are the highest. This is where Sri Lanka had reached, right? And it collapsed. This is where we are. This is the nation that we are living in. And we can remove William Ruto tomorrow. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, he's more or less a dead man walking. He's done, right? He cannot revive himself no matter what he tries to do. It's over. But the issue is going to be, then what? Then what? What do we do after that? Put whoever you want. You want to put the same people that were part of this mark? Go ahead. We'll be back here again on this show, lamenting, crying, fighting, because this will not stop. When you see the man create a university model, that is a new mode of funding, what he's trying to do, he has no money to support help. And IMF, I told him, since you don't want to default, you need to raise taxes and you need to stop your subsidies. He has no money to give help. You create a new thing that is going to become a problem. That problem has ended up going to court and being stopped. Now people have to find school fees. When you hear Shif and Shah, it's create a new system so that whatever monies that had been there in NHIF, because you have taken them towards payments of debt and other things, now you start a new thing and it's a blunder, it's a mess. Yes, it's because you have no money. Apart from the fact that they want to loot little peanuts there, they are literally because they have no money. You create new systems, you stall off payments. They are in such a crisis. Government is being run like a kiosk as we are talking today. Little sheets of paper to move monies just for issues of ministries. This is the dilemma we are in. And unless we solve this problem, which is a slavery that was created, that amounts, according to our records, to something like $50 billion worth of a heist, world standard beyond your imagination, we are going nowhere. We are not solving it. And we'll keep trying to talk, we'll keep trying to educate, because this is the issue. You can join his government, you can do whatever you want, you will fail. He has no money to deliver anything. He has none. And we are not going to give him. We have reached a saturation point in this country because this situation in economic terms has created two twin devils, inflation and recession. You try and solve one, it activates the other. You solve this, it activates the other. We have a quagmire here, and that is why the new minister can categorically say we have no relief. How can a minister say we have no relief? What are you saying? We are just supposed to swallow suffering until 2034? You have failed. If you cannot solve our problem, get out of the way. Get out of office. Exit so that we can breathe life into this generation and those that are ahead. We have a problem here that has been created, And unless we cut it off, unless we sever it, unless we say tomorrow we are going to cut off this monster, we are not going to pay it. We are in hell. This year, 1.9 trillion is going towards that debt. Last year, we raised 2.4 trillion in tax revenue, ordinary revenue. So 1.9 trillion is going to it. In the next financial year, beginning 2025 to 2026, 2.2 trillion is going to that monster. In the next one after that, 2026, 2027 election year, 2.4 trillion is going to that monster. We can keep going down these figures. And you got huge principal payments starting 2027. We are in a big problem, and he cannot solve it. The whole lot of them cannot solve it. Anybody who am of it will not solve it because they'll be bought by the same entities. It needs to be cut off, and you free up space for every single Kenyan to breathe. That breathing looks like this. Very simply, it means if we were not paying 1.9 trillion, because I can tell you, as far as our figures are concerned, we have paid off our debt. If there's any legitimate debt, whether it's to IMF, some of the Chinese debt is very legitimate. Some of our bilaterals are very legitimate. It is a very small percentage. And that small percentage will be more than compensated by the illegal debt that we have paid to these funny entities, because it is illegal debt. We have never seen it. It has never helped us, has never built anything here. It has not even paid a salary of a chief. This is how pathetic it is. And this is the criminality that has happened. So if we are not paying 1.9 trillion, it means, very simply, you have a funding for education. A child today in primary, they need roughly 4,000 shillings. You have 10 million students. 4,000 shillings, and you're not looking for any bursary. Nobody's queuing for any bursary. Nobody's queuing. No teacher is worrying about their salary. No teacher is worried about the increment. Nobody is buying even a pencil. Right? That's 40 billion. You have about 4 million in high school that need about 20,000 shillings. Again, nobody will line up for a bursary. Teachers will be fully paid. Maybe boarding, maybe an extra figure. You're talking about another 80. That is 100 billion. And when you get to university, you have 250. They normally say, take a third. I think we're looking at the average programs. You can say the average cost is about 300,000 a year. The parent at that point can pay 100,000 because they've paid nothing all this time. They will have had enough money to save. They can get help for 100,000 as a loan, and the government can contribute 100,000. That takes you to another 25 million. 130 billion shillings, roughly, would take care of all funding of schools. Another 300 would take care of all your SHIF and SHA. You will not need to go to a hospital with any money. You'll not even contribute. You have programs here that can be done that are phenomenal. You can even give tax rebates. You can even say we don't need VAT anymore from Kenyans, and that becomes immediate relief. 360 billion that is collected. You have a country that you can then even offer, and I'm talking about just a year saving of not payment of this debt. We ourselves can offer our own aid packages for our fellow African countries and go and help them build their infrastructure. We have a lot of capacity here. We can extend our reach on soft loans to our neighbors on terms that are African, not terms that are oppressive. And not only are we spreading our reach, our markets, opening up new directions, right? And goodwill from our neighbors, it will be phenomenal growth for this country. I'm talking about 1 year. The following year, another 2 trillion. You can go on. We are not a poor nation. We have been made to believe that we are poor. We can't sustain ourselves. We need donor money. We need this. We need that. It is all rubbish. Rubbish. It is so that we think small. We think about the price of unga. We think about the unga in our stomach. It is fake. This is truly the land of milk and honey that the Mzungu came to exploit. He knew what he found here. And sure enough, he created a template under which he was a huge beneficiary and still is. And still is. But this is the economic liberation we are talking about. The liberation where you are saying, because we have averaged that about, even if you're employed, probably directly about 45% of your tax, of your income goes to tax, but indirectly a minimum of another 15. We've averaged a bit more, but let us say 60% of your income goes towards tax, goes to Zakayo. What does he give you in return other than the abuses and the lies that he speaks? In France, an equivalent country that had a similar history of economic liberation, and they called the emancipation the Fifth Republic under Charles de Gaulle, 60% was accepted as a rate under which one would pay tax. But what do you get back in return? You get back your free healthcare. You get the best surgery free. You have your pension. You have your unemployment insurance. You have your infrastructure. You have security. In fact, the big fight in France today is about retirement age because the pension is so good. People want to enjoy it when they believe they have still got some life in them, right? So this is what you get for 60%. Here, what do you get for 60% of your money going to tax? The man stands up and he lies. He pretends he's a president. The man stands up and he oppresses. The man stands up and uses the very instruments under which you're paying tax to go and abduct kids, to go and kill young men and women all over the place. This is who you're dealing with. Who gave him this mandate? Who do they believe they are? They're the biggest joke on earth. And I can tell you they shall face the wrath of God here and thereafter. They are the scum of the earth. They are not leaders. They are not leaders. It is very unfortunate that I even myself had anything to do with somebody called William Ruto, that I knew him 12 years ago, that I even helped save his life in ICC. I feel this onerous duty, not only to correct that wrong, but to educate Kenyans, on what they must keep as their north. What is the true period under which they are going through? And let us not deceive ourselves. Economic liberation and the fight for it is going to be just as onerous, but I believe shorter, than our political liberation. It took 100 years to get our political liberation. We must shorten this for our economic one. We must break this chain of our economic freedom. I think, Hillary, you can take it from there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Can you hear me now? Mheshimiwa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Now I can.
All
Loud and
right.
clear.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you have talked so many information that I know many of us didn't have. And I've seen the figures around, and there's a lot of questions that I usually have, but I see so many people are here. I want to recognize few people here before maybe I give this point mic to say something or to ask a question. I've seen Wakili Willis Otieno. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I see Tabitha Gutu. Thank you so much. And anybody else, we are so happy to see you guys for coming. Mheshimiwa, you have talked about to remove this monster. This is the only question that I have. Then I will open to other people to ask a question. Comrade Bukasi, to remove this monster, because you've said that we can remove even Ruto today, but we can put anybody else. So can you, because you're giving us a lot of information how this that came in and everything and what is happening, and you say that Ruto cannot because it was part and parcel of the regime. So
what is now the way forward for Kenyans? Because you've said clearly, even if you move Ruto and put somebody else, he will not manage to cure the country. What is the way forward?
Hillary, good question. Let me be very categoric. Unless a head of state is prepared to stand up and say, I am cutting off this chain of slavery on my people, any debt that is illegally taken, any debt that we cannot explain is in our register for payment. This debt that is taking 70% of our taxes for the next, I don't know how many years. I can tell you it goes beyond 2036, that it will be taking 70% of all our taxes. I am cutting off that debt. I am not paying it. I'm not accountable. It's not accountable to Kenyans. It was not taken by Kenyans. It is pure theft. Those that you gave the money, go and look for them. And you cut it off. Unless somebody has got, let me say, the kahunas to make that bold step and deal with the consequences, I can assure you this problem will be perpetuated. So you need a courageous leader that is prepared to do that. But apart from that, you need somebody who is not compromised by being part of any of the receipt of this money. In other words, has not been part of the previous regime or the current regime. Anybody that has been part of these two regimes will not make that bold step. They will be caught in between, and they will not make that bold step. And until you do it, we are going to be right where we are today. And we'll be saying every single leader that goes there is just a liar, is just rubbish. And we don't know what will happen in this country because the impatience of hope is phenomenal. People may just decide Kenya is not worth being called Kenya anymore. We have one single problem here that we need to deal with, a criminality of the highest order and the perpetuation of that criminality. Because every year William Ruto is signing a new budget, he is perpetuating that theft and continuing it. The man is so delinquent, he's pathetic. He's pathetic. We have to get rid of this lot. If there's a time we should be saying Fagia Wote, it's this time. This is the time. It's that is what needs to be done. And unless somebody is prepared to tell us what he does with that, that's one. Number two, a new template for Kenya, which means that you are removing the 60% from poverty. You are no longer going to keep 60% at poverty rate so that you can govern them. Like we like to say in my language, like gobo, like your little stooges, right? You are going to emancipate the Kenyan so that he is a true economic liberator in this land and beyond. That he is so comfortable, he has time to create. He has time to innovate. He has time to venture and conquer new territory of markets and possibilities. We must define our economic model going forward thereafter. And there are very few people who can do that. Very few people who can think it, let alone act it. This is where we are, where you're going to change everybody's life in a very short time. Because I can assure you, we are the country of milk and honey. Are we together, Hillary? Have I answered you?
We're together, Mheshimiwa. Thank you so much, guys, for those who are joining today. We're here with Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi, is the Safina party leader and also a businessman, and also has been conversing with us from his perspective of economy, and he's saying that the liberation of our economy need to forgive our water kwa sababu they cannot bring any change. And thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. I want you to drink some water. As we as we other speakers, maybe then when they have a question you can note down and just you have a more knowledge and
I'll
more
just put
deep.
one.
Yes,
Thank you.
Abdi, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to add to that perspective. Actually, I agree with, I like the opening statement. It's a powerful opening statement. Anchoring here, Jimmy Wanjigi anchored his conversation on historical perspective. I think his insight has reminded us the importance of understanding our past to navigate the present challenges and shape a brighter future for Kenya. I think the connection between economic stability, governance, and well-being of our people is clear. And we should also have, he has also powerfully reminded us of a need of economic emancipation, freeing Kenya from the shackles of both internal and external economic constraints. I think addressing the burden of debt, including OGS debt, must have remained a priority we seek sustainable growth. The other aspect is the critical area to tackle this issue holistically if we were to achieve aspiration of our nation and secure a better future for the generation to come. I think the figures he presented in our analysis were deeply concerning to indicate the serious mismanagement of public fund, borrowing beyond that was needed 6.4 trillion, accounting expense of 16.4 trillion that was exceeding revenue of 13.3, highlighted a glaring issue of fiscal discipline and accountability. With 77% of December accounts or 70% going to taxes servicing these debts. And it's very unsustainable. Like he also talked about the 7 trillion that has already paid towards debt, yet the outstanding amount still is 11 trillion. Reflects either a poor debt restructuring or management process. I think this situation looks country in a borrowing cycle to a debt creating a deficit trap that will last for decades. He said up to 60 years, I think.
Yes, Abdi.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Having said that, I want to ask accountability. Who's directly responsible for approving this mismanagement? But let's bring in Bonnie Mwangi, an economist, also to have a say on this. Thank you.
Yeah. Bonnie, how are you?
Yeah,
I can hear you very well. Go ahead.
So it's a pleasure to have my on this discussion. And I don't really have any beef with his points. But I do believe I offer a different strategy for dealing with this issue. We all agree that the issue that it's a big issue for our country. When we're spending 60% of our tax revenues, we are losing out on opportunities to invest in healthcare, infrastructure, our young people. All of that is known. But the solution for it is not it's a multi-pronged approach. Because if I grant you that some of the money has been stolen between being raised in overseas capitals, all the way through the time the money comes to Kenya, there is a possibility that a good, 10%, 15%, 20% of that money will be stolen. But it's not going to be 50%. It's not going to be 70%. And so, while I do agree that we need to make sure that every shilling that's on the balance sheet is actually owed, the solution has to start with taking a step back and asking ourselves, how did we get into this predicament? There is a reason why you get up in the morning and walk into a bank and borrow money. And so if you wake up and you realize that you're sitting on 11 trillion in debt, what you need to do first is to understand why are you in this predicament to begin with? Why did you borrow? Why did you have to borrow? If you pay attention in our country over the last 10 years, since we had this new system of government, every single year we are running on budget deficits to the tune of about $1 trillion. So every year we add about $1 trillion to our balance sheet. And so when Kibaki left office, for example, we had 2 trillion in debt. We are sitting in almost 11 trillion. So we've added about 9 trillion in 10 years. And all you have to do is go back to our budget for, let's say, 2024, and you realize you're spending 4 trillion, you can only raise 3 trillion. So you have a whole of about $1 trillion that you have to deal with. And that's what's causing all this debt. So the solution has to be, look at how you spend your money. What are you spending the money on? Our country loses 20% of our budget every year to corruption, right? That's part of the problem. You've seen my analysis about how our national government, our county governments are behaving with your money, all through these trips abroad. This state like this where the money goes to counties and we spend hundreds of millions of mansions for governors and deputy governors and the county assembly. All these expenditure that you see, that money has to come from somewhere. You've heard me say that our government is too large. 47 counties in our republic, Zero of them can support themselves. In fact, the average county is supporting itself up to 6% of the budget. That money has to come from somewhere. So even if it was to grant money on Jiggy that, hey, let's do an audit, even if you found that 20% or 25% of that money was stolen, that doesn't fix the issue because you still have an overspending issue. So you have to start by looking at your own expenditure. We have a very big size of government. It doesn't make sense why we have 47 counties. A county like Lamu with a population of 140,000 people is a county, has a governor, has a deputy governor, it has a local assembly. All these people have to be paid. And not only they have to be paid, our politicians are the second highest paid politicians globally. Globally, we're only behind Nigeria. So they make more money than politicians in Canada, in the US, and Netherlands, and Switzerland. So you have a very large government with very highly compensated people. That's a recipe for disaster. So you have to look at that. He talked about a lot. He talked a lot about making sure that we elect a government that is not wasteful. I agree with that 100%. But the one thing that I'm not sure that we've done to as a country is to actually learn from our mistakes. I believe Kenyans, we still haven't. There's a popular saying that says, "A wise man learns from others' mistakes. Only a fool learns from his own mistakes." I am not 100% sure that we've gotten to that point as a country where we can learn even from our own mistakes. Forget about others' mistakes, our own mistakes. Electing thieves, electing people that have no idea how to run a government, electing illiterate people. And all you have to do is look at the presidency, regarding Gachagua and Ruto, when they came into office, they had corruption cases. Everybody knew they had corruption cases, but we elected them. If you live in Nairobi, look at the last 3 elections. Every time we've had an opportunity to do something different, to choose people that have qualifications, we choose thieves. We choose people that have no qualifications. So we can fix the problems that we have, but it has to start with us looking at how we elect people, and making sure that we vote for people that have a track record of success, have a track record of actually showing how they got to where they are. Don't just vote for people because they sound good, they sound like they have solutions. We have to do a better job of vetting our politicians. Thank you.
Thank you so
Hillary,
much.
I would
Yes.
Hillary, I'd like to answer Bonnie right away.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I think we need to debunk a lot of what he has said.
All right.
First and foremost, it is not 60% of our revenue going to debt, it is 70%. Number two, my good friend, we have done the audit. I bothered to spend a lot of money in the year 2021, 2022, to do an audit because I needed to understand what the problems were when I was going for the presidential race. That audit is there. We have done it. There's nothing like doing it again. We did it. And we did what is called a forensic audit. A forensic audit means that you look at numbers in relation to the law. That's why I bothered trying to say that money did not enter the consolidated fund. So for you to believe that only 20 or so percent was stolen, you're living in la la land. What has happened here with the true numbers, as I've given you, is that you have a situation here where we have no debt. We literally have no debt. If we were to go by the law, what does the law say? Where do you anchor this debt? What is it for? If you look at that, you do not find this debt anywhere. The 6.4 trillion I'm talking about did not fund anything on our budget, did not do anything that you can say you can attribute it to. And the law says you borrow according to the budget to finance the budget. There's nothing else you're financing. You can only finance the budget. What happened here from 2013, 2014 specifically, is that there is a budget in the Treasury and there is a budget in Parliament. They created 2 books, and 2 books, the one in the Treasury is pure theft. I'll give you an example. In the year 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, public debt as listed by CBK was a total of 2.6 trillion. When you look at public debt in the Appropriation Act, In Parliament, in other words, what went specifically to items that were in the budget, it in all those 4 years, it was 969 billion. So you have 1.6 trillion that is not authorized by Parliament, that funded nothing, that the Auditor General has no sight of, that the Controller of Budget did not approve any expenditure to. If you believe 1.6 trillion is 20%, then good luck to you. If you look thereafter at the years 2018 to 2022, the public debt, 3.4 trillion was what was taken. When you look at what was authorized by Parliament, 1 trillion. 1 trillion. A total of 2.4 trillion. Nowhere. You cannot find it. It is in no budget, financing no line item. This is not 10, 20% business. This is very serious heist. And many people are unable to conceptualize this because they don't seem to understand that a fraud has been done on us as Kenyans. A massive fraud that is world scale. A massive fraud that is phenomenal in understanding. It has nothing to do with, even if you take the corruption of Moi and whoever in the past, it has nothing to do, it is nowhere in comparison to what has happened here. You know, there was a man called Patney who started something called Goldenberg. And Goldenberg was really just a raid on the treasury. You go and say you have exported gold, create some documents in Grogan, have it stamped, customs that it has been exported, you come and collect 35%. And they printed money, right? This is the same. This is the kind of fraud. Somebody somewhere has printed, right? Created a bubble, and they pocketed the money. And it's huge money. And we are paying for it. And we'll continually pay for it. This is such a phenomenal amount. You are talking about governors? Governors take 400 billion. If we were saving 1.9 trillion this year, what is 400 billion? They can have their counties. They can have all that. What's the big deal? In fact, we should be talking about making devolution work. You still have the mentality, this thing of we must think small, we must think this. Don't take us there. A big theft has happened here. If we address the 1.9 going out, there's no other expenditure like it. If we address the 2.2 that is going to go out in the next financial year, there's no out like that. No money is going out to that extent that is unaccountable. It is not 10, 20% of it. That is what even we used to imagine until we did the audit, till we looked at the numbers, till we tried to find out where is this money. It is nowhere. There are two books operating here. Like you hear in some countries, there are some who say they export gold and they don't produce gold, and the treasury has got two books. We have got two books in this country, one being run by the treasury and one that is passed for all of us to see from parliament. Treasury does its own things. In the last budget, you see, what did parliament pass for loans? And then you see the Gazette notice a month later from the treasury is talking about something very different. For example, in this last budget, they said that they are funding 800 billion shillings worth of development. In fact, they brought it down in the supplementary to 700. Fine. And they say of the 700, they are going to borrow 400, right? They are going to borrow 400 in external loans. Okay? They don't talk about domestic. In external loans to fund that development budget. Right. A month later, in the actuals statements of the Treasury, Gazette notice, they say, oh, they are going to borrow 700 external loans, and they are going to borrow another 1 trillion in domestic debt. Where's domestic debt in the budget? It doesn't exist. So when you say there is 10%, 20% theft, you're living in a land that you'd like to believe there's some sanity. There's no sanity here. What happened here is a complete insanity, my friend. Do not minimize it to talking about salaries of governors and expenditure in counties. It's nothing. This is a very serious issue. Massive theft has happened upon us. And unless we deal with this massive theft, no amount of saving in counties or expenses, I don't know where, is going to help us. This is a very major problem we have. This singular one is the biggest problem, nightmare. Unfortunately, our laws are our guide. Our laws very clearly tell us what we can and cannot do. Other countries are not even as good. Mozambique had a problem like this of their what they call their tuna bond. And their tuna bond was very similar to our Eurobond. And theirs was also $2 billion done by Credit Suisse and a Russian bank called RVM or something of the sort. Now, the citizens took the matter to court. And the court said this is odious debt. An investigation was done, and sure enough, it was odious. IMF, everybody got involved. Credit Suisse had to refund the money. People have been taken to jail, the latest one even being the Minister of Finance, who's been jailed for money laundering in America for 7 years, right? He is still going to come and serve another term in Mozambique for what they did. This is what is done. In Malaysia, a very similar thing happened. That tuna bond was 2 billion theft. It was taken. It's not 10, 20%. There's massive theft going on here. There is a program, and I don't believe we are the only ones in Africa. Seems to be some people who are going around looking for kleptocrats in leadership to go and do this. And unfortunately, they seem to be supported by maybe some of their own countries, because there is seemingly a plan to keep us down, to keep this African down, to keep making sure that we are not economically emancipated. Because if we do, we seem to be ruffling the feathers of those that maybe had colonized us and are perpetuating the same. So, my friend, Bonnie, in all due respect, kindly, this is not normal. You spoke the same way I heard you last week when Willis was talking. This is not normal. This is abnormal. This is abnormal numbers. This is not just little numbers. It is abnormal theft that has happened here. And the minute you understand it, the minute you grasp it, if you don't have our document, we can send it to you. You digest it, and digest it you should, because this is a very serious issue. Don't just wish it away as normal.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, and thank you so much for saying that. I don't want to add anything, but
I got a response quickly, if you don't mind. Just give me 3 minutes.
Bonnie,
Can we do
do
that?
you want to respond, or you wait to give you
Yeah.
time?
No, give me 3 minutes so I can respond quickly and get off. Listen, first of all, let's make sure that we understand what I'm saying. What I told you is that I don't believe, having spent time looking at I've spent time looking at every major debt that we've taken over the last 10 years. And I'm the first one to tell you that there is a possibility that a good portion, 10%, 15%, 20% of the money has been stolen. It is not 100%, it is not 50%, it's not 70%. And to understand this is not actually rocket science. All you have to do is understand our budget, understand how much we spend every year, understand our shortcomings every year. I just posted something on this. Yes. You have to be here. And okay. I have to ask you. Actually, give me 2 minutes. I'll come right back.
Okay, buddy. Thank you so much. We'll come back later. Okay, let us go on. Thank you. We will hear what you're saying, but I think what Honorable was saying, or Mheshimiwa Wanjigi, that this thing is bigger than the county level, which is a national thing. That's what we're talking about. I think that was the point. So when you get that, yes.
Hillary, let me tell you. You know, when I hear people saying that they spent their time with budget numbers, I don't know which budget numbers. When you look at, I'm giving you the figures. I've given you actual audited figures that we did in those years, right? In 4 years, if you look at what the budget, the debt that was taken and what was passed by the budget, you have the numbers. That is the law. Any other expenditure, I don't know which budget item is talking about. The numbers we are talking about are phenomenal. They are not normal. So I don't know which books he's looking at. Number two, he must look at those books in relation to the laws of the land. That is why it's called a forensic audit. A forensic audit. And for him to start talking about 10, 20% theft, he's in dreamland, complete dreamland. We will give you all the education you want, but you are in dreamland. This is massive theft beyond your comprehension. Beyond your comprehension. Please carry on, Haley.
Thank you so much, Wishimiwa. We really appreciate that, and thank you so much for coming again. We are here with Honorable Wanjigi. No, actually, wait.
We are here with Honorable Wanjigi. Those who are joining and we're keeping conversation. When you have a mic, please make it 2 minutes, 3 minutes, so that we can go.
Hillary, sorry, I have a minute there.
We can go ahead and make sure that everybody have a space. Otherwise, Dr. Milton, go ahead. Bonnie was talking. Bonnie's
Yeah,
gone.
Bonnie was coming back to say something. I don't know whether he's still there.
No,
Just
it dropped. I
before.
can't see him, but let me bring him back. But go ahead as I bring him back.
Okay. I want to take the opportunity to pass my greetings to everyone that has taken their time to be here tonight, and I also want to, in signature fashion, celebrate and pay tribute to the men and women, boys and girls who have paid the ultimate price in seeking and agitating for the liberation, the economic liberation. And I also want to thank Jimmy for what he has been doing and being able to join us here tonight. So I I want to be very brief. I'll try and be brief and talk for 2 minutes, maybe three at most. So number one, I agree largely with the thinking and the philosophy that Mr. Wanjigi has been talking about, which is to we do not have a reason to pay for any debt that the Kenyan people had nothing to do with. First of all, the debt portfolio that we are being told about. I've had Badi talk about 70 billion that was paid this week. Um, I believe that we shouldn't be paying that debt because the Kenyan people were never consulted as required by the constitution, and therefore we should not be told that some money was taken uh, on our behalf. And I think I've been outspoken on that point. I did mention this last time. Ruto was in China with Mbadi. I think that was in August or thereabout, and they said that they had gone to get another 40 something billion loan. And I said, Kenyans did not send them to get that. And whoever gives them any signs of any loan to the Kenyan people must expect that those individuals that have signed did not have the blessings of the people, and the recovery way is through getting that money from those people individually. So I do believe that we don't have to pay that debt. I want to speak to something very, very important. We are talking about 5.4 trillion of domestic debt that apparently Kenyans are supposed to pay. First of all, it is unethical that a government will compete with its citizens to borrow from the domestic market. It doesn't happen anywhere. It is illegal. The government and the people of Kenya should have no business paying the 5.4 trillion in domestic debt. That is theft. People are enriching themselves from that, and you would see them pontificate how hardworking they are, and it is not acceptable. The other thing, we talk about 900 or so billion, let's say a trillion of money that is paid in pending bills. I want to say this, and I've said it in the past. I do not understand how we have a trillion shillings in pending bills when every year, every financial year, we are told that the budget deficit has been plugged through borrowing. So Kenyans cannot be paying debt, and at the same time, we are paying pending bills. What are those pending bills for? I want to say categorically here today, and Bonnie has spoken to us about this. Governor Nanok, now who's working in State House, paid pending bills of I don't know 5 billion just before he left office. And you ask yourself, why are we having pending bills at the end of the financial year? Yet Treasury comes back and says the capacity absorption rate of the budgeted money to the counties, for example, stands at between 60 and 70%. They actually return money to the national treasury. So what are we talking about when we say we still have pending bills? Yes, there could be those that are legitimate, but I do believe that a lot 80-90% of the pending bills ni kazi ya kule nyumbani Kinyamira we say ni overscience. Yani these are people who cock up numbers and they just want to make money because they live in this mentality that taxpayers' money is free money for people to steal and it is not for service delivery. I want to pose a question as I land directly to Honorable Wanjigi. If and he paints a very bleak picture, and sometimes it can water down the hope of those who believe that we are in what we are because of William Ruto, and removing him from office as early as yesterday is an urgent priority for the Kenyan people because it will emancipate our people. But then when we say that even if we brought Wanjigi himself, we are likely to go back to the same situation. How then do we get ourselves out of this? And is Honorable Wanjigi suggesting that the vitriol and the bile towards William Ruto and his illegitimate regime, I still believe they are illegitimate and they are the problem. Are you, Honorable Wanjigi, then saying that we are directing our anger to the wrong quarter? And do you believe and do you agree with me? And that's my last point. When I say the time has come that you and me and others who are speaking to go the Mozambique way and say we are moving to the International Court of Justice and saying we want to sue every individual that claims to be owed money by the Kenyan people and say we are not going to pay. And in the interim period, we need to move our courts, the judiciary in Nairobi, to say we are getting interim orders against the treasury from paying any debt in the short term. And Wakili Willis and other legal minds in the house, please help me on this. How do we apply the concept of universal jurisdiction to get the Kenyan people freed in the interim period from continued slavery of paying odious debt that they shouldn't be paying in the end and which continues to oppress the people. I land at that point, maybe I would come back, but I have taken 6 minutes. I asked for three. Pardon me. I hope my questions are clear and I've made my point. I will try to come back whenever I feel there's something I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Milton. Uh, Honorable, can you write them down? Then I'll give you time to respond so that we can have sample questions. Is that okay? Mheshimiwa?
Yes, I shall. Yes, I shall.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I see. Let me give Honorable Comrade Buka. Then we'll give ladies also, and then we go back that way so that we can keep a conversation also more genders. Buka, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm well, Hillary. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. You are far with the mic. Come close.
Okay, now I am closer.
Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe before even I give my remarks, I will just like to ask Wanjigi if there's Abdi, you cannot hear me or something.
Abdi, Buka is talking. I can't hear him. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to start with a few questions to Wanjigi, and then I will make a few comments in the next like 2 minutes, and then I give back the mic. One is this forensic audit that was carried out. If we can access it through a public portal, it will be very good for us who are also intensifying political education. So if you have a public portal that people can interact with this forensic audit, it will be very useful for us. That's one. And then the second one is that Wanjigi, you're not new to government. In fact, you understand how government works. You are a non-business person. You've done business with government before. You are most of the powerful persons during the Kibaki and part of the Ruto administration. Maybe just out of interest that all these dubious deeds that take place in government in actual sense. Even how do you fall in it? Like you have fallen with, have you just fallen with your classmates like Uhuru Kenyatta or President William Samoei Ruto, or in actual sense, you have fallen with the entire regime is based on certain ethical issues that you do not want to tolerate in the next administration? Yeah, so because sometimes some people always just want to reduce your issues, that you're just talking because at the moment you are not enjoying part of the cake that you used to enjoy before you fell out. But that's another issue you can deal with when you're responding to me. But I really like some of the things that you mentioned, and I wanted to just especially your start of this conversation on the question of sovereignty, because this is a question that we have been touched. Even though the sovereignty issue is constitutionally anchored, but are we able to only talk about sovereignty from the text of the constitution? Because sovereignty is without economic independence, in our opinion, there is nothing like sovereignty. We have to get economic independence. That means we can build a national economy that indeed cannot just maintain the running of the state, but also a national economy that can meet the basic needs of the Kenyan people. So even though the constitution clearly indicates that Kenya is a sovereign republic, but in practice, our analysis points at the current management of the Kenyan state, it is still under the former colonial powers, plus the imperialist countries, particularly the United States imperialism, through the twin Bretton Woods institution, particularly IMF and World Bank, that has continues to dominate this country, for the 1990s, actually even late 1980s when neoliberal globalization started, and then after that there was the issues of the structural adjustment plans that have been affecting generally the countries of the global south. So indeed, for us to restore sovereignty in our country, the first thing is that we must kick out the people that have been rented by foreign interests to manage our economy on the behalf of foreign interests and not on the behalf of national interests. These particular people do not even support building the national economy. They do not want agricultural industries. They want to bring in agricultural products. They do not want us to build sugar mills. They want to import cheap sugar to sell to us. This brokerage thieving elite that would want to only kill the industrial and agricultural base cannot be the people that we can entrust again to build our economy. On the question of debt, generally, and also, you have brought in a very good aspect of the ODS debt. It brings it clearly that President William Samoei Ruto cannot solve the debt issue because he is right at the center of it. In fact, he was a partner in this criminal initiative. That the debts that were taken under the Uhuru Kenyatta's regime, that he was indeed one of them. So he cannot jail himself. He cannot take himself for jail for stealing. And even the people that have been mentioned for having done some backdoor issues in terms of, changing the constitution to make sure that this robbery took place, people like Anna Duane are very powerful people in government. So it basically means that if President William Samoei Ruto is to actually take a firm stand and make sure that the criminals are apprehended, their illegal wealth are confiscated, he will have to arrest himself and also confiscate part of the wealth that he appropriated during that time. So this is not possible. And that is why we are saying that if that is not possible, then the new government, which could be a government of democratic forces, must then restore sovereignty by first of all delinking the national economy from the countries of the metropole, and secondly, and most importantly, making sure that the previous criminals can be arrested, their wealth are confiscated,
Okay.
and all of them are jailed. And if there is any negotiation to take place, then it can take place in that. Hillary?
Comrade Land. Mm.
Okay. So maybe my last 2 points that, of course, when you're talking about economic liberation, then we have to defeat the neocolonial system and then address debt problems collectively as an African continent, and also make sure that the national government can, sort out the debt issue by making sure that those that committed crimes are arrested and their wealth are confiscated. Lastly, is that when Mr. Wanjigi has talked about the ideological politics, which it will be interesting to know. You are very clear that in the ideological politics there is left or right. It will be interesting to know which part of the spectrum do you belong in this ideological
Thank you.
politics. And I think the rest of the thing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, comrade. Bonnie, you have 2 minutes, then Christine, then Dr. Nyango in that order, as I bring again uh, Jimmy Wanjigi. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, all right. So, sorry, I was going through the airport, so there was a little bit of an issue. Listen, Mr. Maino Wanjigi, we can have a discourse about the economy.
Bonnie, I'm called Jimmy Wanjigi.
Okay, Jimmy Wanjigi. We can have this discourse without turning to personal attacks. When someone disagrees with you, try to pay attention to understand why they have the opinion that they have. So for you to come in and suggest that I need an education from you, that's uncalled for. I'm a highly educated individual, an economist, a certified public accountant, educated at the Ivy League. I say that to tell you that I can read information, I can process it, and I can understand what the information is telling us. I posted in this group a snapshot of our physical indiscipline in this country for the last 10 years. If you have not had a chance to take a look at it, I urge you to look at that snapshot. It tells you how much money we make as a country and our spending. And if you're trying to understand why we are where we are, you have to start there. You can see, for example, in 2000 and
Wow. What happened again? Christine, go ahead. I don't see in. So I think that is that. Christine, sorry. How are you doing today?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let me first of all start by wishing everybody happy New Year. I think this is this year when I'm joining this platform again. Yeah, I have listened, and as maybe a senior citizen who has also worked in public service, I have listened to Jimmy Wanjigi, and I have gotten to understand the gist of what he's talking about. I think the philosophy, or it's not a philosophy, the facts that is bringing is actually confirming certain things that we all know for a long time, which has not been dealt with. One is, what is the purpose of the audit of the budget if the budget is not going to be respected, and you can burst the ceiling of your budget without looking at the financial or the financial documents that give the approval of that budget. And I think that's why he's saying that the debt needs to be looked in light with the approval, what was approved, and the laws of the land. And I want to agree with him totally that is the starting point. Because if that anarchy is allowed, then that means even at the county level, where the gentleman was saying that they have purely looked at what we have generated and what has been spent, then the expenditure, you can create your own expenditure lines, which then are not within the approved budgets. So I want to agree with Jimmy that then, if it's a forensic audit, it needs to take a route, and that is the best way. But also the gentleman has said that he knows exactly what he has tracked for the last 10 years. Why can't we get a middle ground of where the two documents get to be analyzed so that Kenyans get a good evidence of what is really on the ground, upon which then an action can be based? And I want to agree that if somebody or if money was borrowed in the name of Kenya, did not follow any procedure and did not come back to be invested in Kenyans, then we have no responsibility as Kenya. It is just making us slaves, and it making us poorer. And perhaps I want to go on to my other works many years when I was young, when we were calling about the Jubilee, what we call, and I'm sure Jimmy knows about this, the Jubilee debt campaign that we mounted, which was talking about the debt justice. And the debt justice is built on the premise about that it tends to build, we need to build a collective power to end the debt that exploits people and the planet. So if that is the philosophy, that we want to debt that impoverish people and it is not useful and it's only useful to a few, then I would want to concur with what he does. But we want to also give the benefit of doubt to the gentleman that has also done work, because I'm sure many people are interested in this. And if they have done work, I think we just need to look at what the forensic auditors are working document vis-a-vis what the gentleman also has, and we can triangulate those figures. But Jimmy, my question to you is this. While all this is known, and I think we have already case studies of Mozambique, I've just quickly looked at it and known how Mozambique went through their parameters. We also get debt forgiveness in certain year, the Jubilee year, when debts from IMF and World Bank were forgiven, countries were forgiven, certain countries were forgiven after the campaign, the debt justice that we did, the Jubilee campaign that we did. Now, I want to ask you this. In the forensic audit, would you not see a nexus with now I don't know, but I don't want to put it directly because I don't have the facts. But would that then now look at why are we then getting into broad-based? Because if you look at the broad-based government, maybe perhaps is extending that moratorium to a few people. And I think if the forensic audit did, what accountability do the people that were either in parliament, that were in the finance committee, and the whole parliament then take? What do Kenyans do with them? And I think for me, that's where, if proper evidence is on the table, why do I pay school fees for my child if there's money in Kenya and I don't have an retiree, and I'm also praying for other people's debt, for my brother's children or for my grandchildren? And I think for me, that is a bigger question. And when we have all triangulated this, I think the point is we need to come with very clear action points so that Kenyans are liberated from the unjust debts and being impoverished, and we are being made to slave, and some people are enjoying on the sweats that we have done. So thank you for I like the way that you brought the thinking about. I also want to embrace the inclusivity of others. If they have already done something, we look at those documents. But my cardinal point, how do we get ourselves out? You said, I think somebody has asked you a question that if you're saying that if governance is not changed, I think we need to have a multi-pronged approach. Governance is part of it. Sometimes people try to use the money that they have gotten to perpetuate their existence in governance so that they are not found culpable. And I think perhaps from what you are telling us, maybe perhaps that is also another angle that we need to look at. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I am not I'm a health economist, but I'm not whatever. But knowing how budgets and audits work, I want to thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine, for that question. Honorable, before you come in, let me give another. Yes.
Yeah, I'll just sample a few comments because a lot of people have been asking. And let's just read a few. I think Roseko says the unity of resilience Kenyan youth is unmatched. It's time to channel this energy into meaningful reforms. Tom Boyer says Kenyan deserve leadership that listens and serves the people. We must hold people accountable. I think, thank you, Tom Boyer. And the final one is the quality of leadership we need in Kenya must prioritize integrity, accountability through connection with the people. Thank you, Atroseko.
Thank you so much, Abdi. Lady Seko, Lady Justice, I see you there. And so many people, Professor Cheng, see you there. So many people. Thank you so much for coming and listening. I want to give two people, Mheshimiwa ukinikubalia, nipatie watu watatu, alafu respond. Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay.
Okay. So wacha niende kwa ladies again. Wacha nione Dolphin, then Mizani, then Dr. Nyango, you've been here for a while. Go in that order. Dolphin, do you have any question? Okay, maybe she's committed now. Dolphin, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Hilary. Thank you so much for the second chance. I just have one question. Today, I don't have much to say, but I'd like to ask Mheshimiwa if he could shed more light on the issue of. I just saw the government is coming up with the issue of they've raised the NSSF fee, which is about by 3%. We don't know this money. Where is it raised, and where are they going to allocate it? Because apparently, even the share that we are paying is not helping Kenyans. So could Mheshimiwa shed more light on why the NSSF has been raised?
Okay,
Thank
NSF
you so
question.
much.
Yes. I saw Josephine here. Josephine, can you ask a question? 1 minute.
Thank you, Irani. Thank you. All the panelists feel appreciated, and all the listeners. Good evening everywhere, wherever you are, Kenyans. Yes, I have a question to Mheshimiwa. Given that he's only giving us analysis as from 2010, yeah, but I know he's one of the senior business people and well-known business people, established people in this country, who has been in the government for more than the year 2010. Can he give us also an analysis as to why all the factories in the country were closed down, yet people were going to school to actually acquire knowledge so that they can work? And now, as we are talking, we are exporting labor in our country while we are closing down our factories. And given that he has been in the government for several years and now is giving us the information, he has told us that we can remove Ruto anytime soon if we are determined. But the question is, does he have an idea on how we can remove him? Because we have been trying. And if we've been trying, then how best can we work on it? Because he has been inside there, he knows all the tactics, he knows all the panya routes, and he can help us get the way out and work and have the nation work for us. On the other hand, also, I would also want to ask, how best can we do? What best can we do? Because right now, we do not have any person in the country who we can rely on and say, this is the right person we want to elect. Because we feel deceived, we feel that we have been actually manipulated for the longest time ever. So, can kindly Mr. Jimmy help us and especially for those of us who are very much determined to take a turning point for this country and change this country.
Unapotea, Josephine. Josephine, unapotea. We can't hear your last question because you are away with the mic.
Oh, sorry. I was saying that I would request Mr. Jimmy also to explain to us how best, especially for those of us who are very much determined to bring this country to a turning point and make it manageable and governable. and also
Abdi mute. Abdi mute. Yes, go ahead.
and also revive the companies which have been closed down so that we stop exporting labor while our factories are closing down and we are importing actually essential things that we are using or basic things that we are using in the country, whereby we can produce them within our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Kanonyango, Daktari.
Hello, Hillary. Good evening. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, bro.
Thank you so much. It's been very insightful. Of course, we thank Jimmy Wanjigi for always coming out to express the issues of odious debt and those financial figures very articulately. I had a few questions, some of which I have been alluded to by Buka and partly by Josephine. And so I will not repeat. Let me just go to one that is not has not been touched. One of the strategies that I have had Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi propose before on one of his presentations was that we stop paying taxes as a way of dealing with this regime and piling pressure on them to be able to either quit or do the right thing. I don't know. And I was having a discussion with some people somewhere, and they threw that question to me because there are people who are in formal employment, some government employees, and they asked me one question. When we tell them to stop paying taxes, what do we mean when most of our taxes, like the pay, the income tax, is deducted by law? The VAT is already priced in most of the commodities that we consume day by day. So when they had Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi propose that we should stop paying taxes to this regime, I think that was that's something that we may want Jimmy Wanjigi to come out and just advise us on how practically we can be able to achieve that. And then, of course, the ultimate plan finally has said that we must remove Ruto for us to be able to sort out these problems. And he said if we are determined. So is there anything that can be done while we work on getting that determination to remove Ruto? What can be done in the short term towards dealing with these issues within the existing legal and constitutional framework? Is there anything that we can do? Or must we just be hopeless until the day we have the full determination and we kick Ruto out of office is when we will be able to do something tangible towards these issues? Thank you very much, Hillary. I would be happy to hear Honorable Jimmy on those two issues. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mizani.
Yes, greetings, everybody. My name is Likuyani Eli from Mizani, and thank you, Hillary, for the space, and our guest speaker, Jimmy Wanjigi, for coming on. I have keenly followed the presentation by Jimmy, and of course from other platforms, including on Twitter and what have you. But that said, there's one thing that makes me a bit concerned. We talk about the odious debt. We also talk about the budget or debts that were not budgeted for. But to the best of my knowledge, and I might be wrong, I need some teaching here, Parliament will do the budget approval, which includes the expenditure, the revenues, the budget policy statement, BROPs, and what have you. And in that, it gives then the government of the day to actually proceed and plan fiscally and what have you, including the borrowing. So the assumption that we have to cancel our debt or refuse to pay our debt or default our debt is a good one in the basis that we are experiencing debt distress for that matter. However, it is not correct to put it, and maybe I'm wrong again, that we did not approve this debt. So I would like some clarification on that and why Jimmy thinks Parliament or the government of the day did this unconstitutionally. Number two, I'm looking at our current debt. We stand at about 10.79 trillion. Our GDP collections, we go ahead by about 107 plus 0.44 billion US dollars, which when you look at our debt repayment and our commitments to both local and external facilities, we are going beyond the 55% recommended by the IMF. So with this in mind, how are we supposed to get out of this, even if we were supposed to, we are going to kick out Dr. William Ruto as the president, or any other president comes in? Those will be my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mizani. Joangeshi, one quick one, because I want to bring Jim Wanjigi to answer this question. Joangeshi.
We Hillary, si Wangeshi ni Wagashiko, lakini asante kwa kunipa fursa hii ndio niulize swali tu moja. I know getting rid of the odious debt is a wonderful plan, and it's going to put us back onto the straight and narrow. But we also have another issue that everyone, all the politicians, even some of those who are aspiring for high office, they keep ignoring. And this issue keeps, every year we keep getting more graduates. I think this year we had about 3.5 million people graduate high school. Now, what are we going to do about the 76% unemployment rate? In order for us to grow our country, we need to kill this beast of unemployment. So what is your plan, Mr. Wanjigi, of alleviating unemployment in Kenya? At 76%, this is the highest it has ever been. You and your generation, Mr. Wanjigi, you grew up in a Kenya where you finished high school, you had guaranteed of a job, or you are guaranteed of employment. How can we make people, or how can we have our people participate in growing our economy? I am sure if we are able to sort out the debt issue, both the internal and external debt, we will still have this huge number. It's now approaching 80%. I would also like to hear Mr. Buka's response on how he and his party plan on alleviating poverty by addressing unemployment and getting dignity back to our people, and making sure that our people have money to spend. This is one of creating employment is one of the major economic indices. If we have a working nation, it's going to be a growing nation, and our GDP will go up. I think that's the crux of my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Academia, last one. Then the other people will come the next time. Academia.
Oh, okay, thank you, Hillary. Yeah, I would like to ask Mheshimiwa Jimmy Wanjigi first. We are over 60 years since independence, and there is something we call deep state. By his own admission, in 2017, I think 2018, 2017. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. By his own admission, in 2017 or 2018, there, he told the nation that he brokered or negotiated the deal between Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta in his residence in Muthaiga. So is he part of the deep state that has caused a lot of problem since independence, that it is the system that was established since that time until today? Can you be clear on the issue of deep state in Kenya? Is it part of that system that you also need to root out? Second, what is different? What is different between the system you are fighting and the group of Jimmy Wanjigi? Because I believe the group of Jimmy Wanjigi, not particularly the person, but that age should have come out to admit to us that they have failed us to the extent that we are now fighting what they ought to have done in their prime age. And now we are here fighting for things that we are not supposed to fight. And lastly, he has talked about, I don't know whether he has worked with the government, and the information that is very, whether it's accurate or not, but there are a lot of things that he normally talks about the debt, odious debt, and all that in finance and all that in government. Who gives him that that authority or that space or that information to be talking with that authority as if he knows exactly what is going on in the government. Yet, to my best of knowledge, I don't think if Jimmy Wanjigi has been in any government office working for the government since I became a human being like today. So can you human being be clear on those issues? Thank you.
So before you were not a human being. I think you're so hilarious, man. Jim Wanjigi, you have
Hillary, can I go?
yeah, go ahead. This guy said he
Okay.
was not a human
Okay.
being
Then
before.
I want to thank.
Jimmy, I have one more addition for Hillary to those question lists. Probably, I think I already told Jimmy about restructuring of the debts. What are the efforts being made to renegotiate or restructure these debts? What are specific plans are there to prioritize essential expenses while reducing the debt burden? I think this is a question that has been coming. I'll leave it to Jimmy.
Thank you, Abdi. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody who has asked questions and sought clarification. There is a common thread that I'd like to address, two mainly. One on, of course, myself. Academia, you've made us all laugh here. And what is my locus standi? And the issue of the legality of this debt. First and foremost, let me start with academia because you talked about my participation in a particular handshake. I have never taken ownership of the handshake between my good friend Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta. Never. In fact, I was opposed to it. I opted out of it and I kept quiet. I had nothing to do with it. I can claim participation in ensuring that that we had enough evidence to take to court to have the Supreme Court nullify Uhuru Kenyatta's election. I can claim a strong hand and a big hand in encouraging, and in fact, I literally drove Raila to the Uhuru Park to get sworn in. And that is where I stopped. I wanted us to go and take Uhuru's office in State House. He chose to go and have a handshake. So I am not privy to that handshake and I had nothing to do with it. I have taken ownership of a handshake, you can say, between Uhuru and Ruto prior to 2013 election. And I've explained here exactly why. Now you say, and I think there was a lovely lady called Josephine who asked about my being in government, being in government, being in government. I have never been elected to any office and I've never been appointed to any office in government. Let's be very clear. I have had friends in government. I have participated in various movements, including the Second Liberation, where my father was a strong participant, where people like Kenneth Matiba, I had a heart in. I got to meet Raila during the Second Liberation. I got to meet people like James Orengo, Gitobo Imanyara, Paul Moite, and a host. In fact, Jaramogi, I met him during that time. I had a strong hand in what you saw as NAC information, and a strong hand in the Kibaki regime. And in my view, the Kibaki regime was about the emancipation of Kenyans, not only politically, but economically. Kibaki inherited a model where the colonialists determined how many kilometers of road we had to get. And it was tied to his company coming to do that job. And it was a very big ceremony. A minister from England would come and flag a road with Moi of 40 kilometers. We brought in good, easy credit. In fact, the first project I got was Thika Road, which was not even Thika Road, was the airport road to Gigiri, which was a grant. So we participated in what is called modern Kenya, the modernization of Kenya. And you can say, by extension, I assisted in various things that I believe have been unquestionable in terms of the growth of this nation. Kibaki himself did not leave Kenya any major burden. You want to imagine that Kibaki came in And the tax revenue was no more than 170 billion. By the time he left, he had taken it to 1 trillion. Moi had left a debt of 600 billion. Kibaki left 2 trillion, but it was very soft. But the most important part was how much of our taxes were going towards the service of debt. When Moi was leaving, about 30% of our tax revenue was going towards the payment of debt. Why? Because he had rescheduled in 1995 in the Paris Club agreements. He had rescheduled the debt. Abdi, you asked the question of rescheduling. He had gone to Paris Club. He had rescheduled the debt. And because of that, the payments in terms of percentage of our revenue were reduced. It had been over 50% of our taxes were going to debt payments, and before that. So he had reduced it to 30, about just under 30%. When Kibaki left, even though he left 2 trillion in debt, we had 1 trillion in revenue, only 18% of our tax revenue was going to the payment of debt. In other words, 18 shillings of every 100 was going to the payment of debt. Now, that was phenomenal. And you could point at things that Kibaki did across this nation. Across this nation. You must remember that he's even the one that introduced CDF, right? Then just being done by MPs, by a gratis from the ministry, from the treasury. He was really and truly the father of what you call modern Kenya. We got our fiber optic cable, we're enjoying this internet because of him. The debt he took was not commercial, he took very soft money. So our issue is not how much debt you take, but that you take the debt legitimately for a purpose that we can see, a purpose that is in the budget, that is approved for our expenditure. On top of that, he gave us and was a strong participant, because I can tell you, if he did not want a new constitution, it would never have happened. He was part and parcel. In fact, it is during his regime that we have the 2010 constitution that I can tell you has given us our political rights. Now, fast forward, by the time Uhuru left, all right, we had a debt of 8.5 trillion. That is in 2022. 2022. And we were at 60 to 70%. In other words, 60 to 70 shillings of every 100 that we give in tax was going towards the payment of debt. That is unmanageable. So our knowledge, academia, comes from us simply looking at government books. This is why I'm having an argument, not an argument, I say a point of discussion with Bonnie, a point of debate, that we bothered to do a proper forensic audit. And a forensic audit goes like this. You look at numbers and you look at the law. All our expenditure is anchored in law, in the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act. And please understand that those laws are what are called controls. They are there for a reason. They are there so that they manage, they control our hard-earned taxes that we donate, so that they are not abused. In other words, even the accountant in my office has got a set of laws. If he doesn't adhere to them, he then becomes a criminal. What happened, and has happened for the last 12 years, is that people decided those laws do not work for them. They decided the Constitution they must put aside. They decided Public Finance Management Act, they are going to interpret it their own way and put it aside. And they broke the law. And I've started with trying to articulate how the Constitution says in Article 206, all monies, all revenues of government must enter the consolidated fund. That is one account at the Treasury. And they gave exception A and B. If there is a housing levy fund, if there's a petroleum development fund, a fund created by Parliament, sawa. If there's a little profit made by ministries here and there, sawa. But it must also be approved by Parliament, must be anchored in law. They created in the act, they amended the Constitution, where they said money does not need to enter the consolidated fund. And these were loan monies. And these loan monies, thus, were not accountable to anybody. The Auditor General doesn't see them. The Control of Budget doesn't approve their expenditure. and they became a balloon with which we are living with today. That balloon we audited. We said, let us look at the numbers. And when you look at the numbers, over 10 years, our shortfall was 1.3. They borrowed 7.7, 6.4 trillion that we did not need. Kibaki's debt was soft, but even if you say they paid, let's say they paid it, we paid, take note, in that same period, 7 trillion. So forget about the 1.3, 7 trillion we paid. 7 trillion went to debt servicing, went to debt payments, right? So even say they paid Kibaki's debt, 2 trillion, still 5 trillion. What is it for then? What was it being paid? What were we paying? Yet you look at the parliamentary approvals on the budget that we are talking about. What amounts did Parliament approve for uptake? Parliament in the first 4 years of Uhuru and Ruto approved less than 1 trillion, right? As loans. That is what they approved. Parliament in the next period, the time of handshake, approved 1 trillion again. 2 trillion is what Parliament approved for loans. How did they manage to take 7.7? Where is it? Where did they manage to take this? This is our issue. This is the issue we've been grappling with. And today, 70% of all that we give to Zakayo is going towards this expenditure. Because of it, and I want you to extrapolate these figures, if 70% is going to that, he's left with 30 shillings for every 100. The counties demand that. The count is gone. So what does he do after that? He goes to borrow. He needs another 50 shillings, for example, because he needs about 500 billion shillings for salaries. He needs another 400 for operations. We have not even touched development. This is why we're in a quagmire, because he keeps borrowing to feed himself. It's like you borrowing to put food on your table. It's like you borrowing to take a matatu to town. How many times can you do it? Because you're just consuming. And you keep consuming, there's nothing being produced. So you raid everybody. And there is a word of thumb that says this: when a government is bankrupt, it bankrupts its people. This government is bankrupt, and it's going to be bankrupt for a long time to come. That's why it is bankrupting us. It is bankrupting this country. And for those of you who think I'm doing this because I am not involved, I did no project, I asked for no favor under the Uhuru regime. And I have asked for no favor, I've asked for no job under the Uhuru regime. I told them both very early in 2014, I want nothing to do with them. I wish them the best, all the good luck. I exited completely. And in fact, by 2015, I was helping Raila Odinga to defeat them in 2017. And I have stayed that side. Even when Raila went to shake hands, I refused to go that way. I have been on the opposite. When William Ruto came to I went to his NDC and he came to mine in 2022. We respected each other. You run, I run. We are not ceding. If there is a point of convergence, there's a point of convergence. That point of convergence, and he can attest to this, I told him thereafter, if you don't deal with this debt, you and I part. He didn't deal with it. He continued the same malfeasance. And I'll show you the malfeasance. And I'll keep educating you about this malfeasance. Okay? In June, after the chaotic revolution, because he was trying to bring back taxes to deal with this problem. And he's still doing it because he has no other solution. Parliament was very clear, right? It passed 400 billion in loans. 400 billion in loans. In July, what he calls the supplementary estimates, right? Supplementary estimates. The statement of actuals and revenues and net exchequer issues, dated 31st July 2024. This is one signed by the Minister of Finance, the CS Finance. He says that Parliament has agreed, that they are now going to borrow as a national treasury 978 billion domestic money. And they are going to borrow external money 593 billion. That is 1.6 trillion in borrowing. Parliament only passed 400. So I want you to understand that 1.2 trillion that is borrowing is not approved by Parliament. It is off parliamentary books. It is something being done by the Treasury. When it is off parliamentary books, it means it's off the budget. Off the budget means that there is no item on the budget that it is funding. There's no approval for that uptake, and there is no expenditure for it. It is not going towards anything tangible. Tangible means this. The law says you can only borrow for development. You cannot borrow for recurrent. And if you borrow for recurrent, what is called short-term borrowing, it can only be 5% of the last tax audited revenue, and you must pay it within a year, right? It's just short-term cash flow problems. And normally they do that by taking an overdraft at CBK. All right. So if you had a revenue, tax revenue the previous year of 2 trillion, you can borrow 5%, which is 100 billion. That's the maximum. That is what the law says. What are these figures that the Treasury keeps bringing out every month? Who approved almost 1 trillion in domestic borrowing? You look at the budget, it doesn't exist. It doesn't fund anything. You look at the budget, who approved almost 600 billion in external borrowing? It's not in the budget. Where did the Treasury come up with these figures? It's not in the budget. And these are the things that we're saying, that when you look at these figures, and it's so fortunate that they ended up doing these Gazette notices showing these figures, because this is where the criminality is. That's when you realize there's a big variance with what you see in terms of the budget and what is really happening at the Treasury. This is what we are calling odious debt. Odious debt is this: debt that is not taken by our laws, debt that has not come to our benefit as a sovereign, as a people of Kenya. And I am saying this, that if you audit those figures over a period of the last 12 years, we have no debt in this country. We have paid debt to entities which we don't know, for things we don't know, we never approved, never followed our laws, and never came to our benefit. And if you remove that odious debt from our books, it is not 10 or 20%. It is all. We do not have debt. I can tell you that. Any legitimate debt that is still surviving today, let us say from IMF and so on, some of this you can tangibly see what it has done, is more than compensated by the illegal debt that we paid others. So we are saying those people who say they gave us money, we are suspended because we can't see what it came from. We are not paying it. Go and look for those people you paid because it didn't even enter the consolidated account. This is how serious this matter is. And I just want to extrapolate one simple example so that you understand the kind of theft. There's something called SGR. SGR, we bothered to do the numbers on that specific project. Like many of us, I thought maybe people ate some good commission and that was it. Because it's a project I was involved in. And I wanted to do it under the Kibaki regime, under the Nusu Mkate regime, on the basis of a private project, no government money. It was taken as a government project under Uhuru Ruto regime. That project was costed both what you call the EPC, putting the rail and putting the wagons from Mombasa to Naivasha at 500 billion. I had a project of about 60 billion, private. It was not going up. It didn't have all these. It was not going up in the air, civil works that takes you up. It was on the same ground between Mombasa and Malaba at 60 billion. But they costed from Mombasa to Naivasha at 500 billion. So we said, okay, fine. That is what was signed with the Chinese. And what did they sign as debt? We found the Exim China agreement with Kenya government said this, that China will fund 90% of that 500 billion, 10% Kenyans are to pay. 90% is 450 billion. 50 billion was to come from Kenyans. So we audited. Did we get the money from China? Yes, we did. There are drawdown certificates that were drawn, Kenya Railways to Treasury, Treasury drew to China Road and Bridge, to China Exim Bank for a total amount of 450. Different exchange rates, but it came to roughly that, higher. Then we said, did we pay our 50 billion contribution towards that project? Remember, we were raising all sorts of passenger levy, we had all sorts of railway things, or railway siding issues, and all this. So we said, did the Treasury give the money to Kenya Railways? Yes, it was something called self-raising funds grant to Kenya Railways, right? From the Treasury for the building of SGR. We just did the math. Was it 50 billion? What did they give? The figure was 644 billion. So our taxes paid for that railway and more. And yet we have a loan we are paying. China Road and Bridge received a total of 1.1 trillion instead of 500. And even 500 was costed very heavily because there were huge commissions. So somebody ate 6 to 700 billion shillings. This is the kind of theft we're talking about. It is not ordinary. So anybody imagining that this is ordinary, it is not. And we'll keep saying that we are auditing their own records, their own books. And we have done so in detail. Forensic audit means that you look at it in relation to the law. And we fortunately employed some of the best people to do this. Now, I have had very many questions here about where we go from here. Kenya is a country that needs to deal with this one single problem. Milton raised a very good point about domestic debt, that it is extremely criminal that you have 5.4 trillion of our money that we deposit in our bank accounts. Our bank accounts, this is our money. This is money raised by the private sector in banks' holdings. And the banks take that money, take it to the treasury, and buy treasury bonds and bills. Those bonds, bills, even maybe they can argue is part of the short-term cash flow issues that treasury may have. But bonds, which are long-term, are supposed to be indicated as loans because those are loans that are going towards a project in this country. Anything that is medium-term, 2 years and above, must be listed as a loan towards a project. There is no project in the last 12 years that a government bond has funded. That is the law. A bond is a borrowing. That is the law. And just to show you the malfeasance, in all those years that we have given 5.4 trillion to the treasury for bonds from our money, do you know how much we have paid in terms of interest? We have paid 3 trillion shillings in interest to that domestic debt. I don't know what percentage that is. Because normally when we hear bonds, we hear them 10%, 15%, sijui nini. If we have paid 3 trillion, that is more than 50%. How have we paid 3 trillion? Who are these we are paying 3 trillion? And that is a conversation I can have deeply because we have bothered to even investigate that. And we found out what has happened. Now, that is our money that the government goes to borrow. Government is us. And they come back to us for our taxes to pay it, right? And it gives these banks some fat dividends, some fat salaries. You hear CEOs earning 300 million shillings. That to me is more a problem than what you're hearing going on in counties, right? It is a much bigger problem. Counties up until to date have never received 3 trillion, 300 trillion, 3 trillion in terms of benefit. So here we have an issue in the financial sector. We have an issue with the treasury and this aspect called debt. Debt became the looting machine, and not just out of eating 10%, 20% out of a project. This is debt that did not go towards a project. It did not go towards doing anything tangible. As I said, even though it is legal, it did not go to even paying a salary that we can find. It didn't. Our laws are very clear what to do. And the same audit told us how much revenue has been received, how much taxation we have paid. There is nowhere in record that there is any salary that has been paid other than paid from our taxes. That is what they show us, unless they are showing us fake accounts, fake books. They have shown us that every time the president travels, or he has petrol in his car, it is coming from our taxes. They have shown us, right? When a pension is paid, it is coming from our taxes. They have shown us that when counties are paid, it is coming from our taxes. They have never shown us that it is borrowed. The only borrowings that are shown are the ones towards projects on the budget. Those are the only ones. And I'm saying those were paid for and done long time ago. But we have something that is never ending. As much as we pay this debt, this debt keep increasing. It doesn't stop. And not only is it increasing in terms of a total amount, it is increasing in terms of amount of the tax that we contribute to Zakayo. Every 100 shillings now, 70 is going towards this debt, which I am saying we do not owe. Now, politically, this is the problem. Anybody going to that seat has got to deal with this. I would deal with that. And I've said it hundreds of times. I would deal with it. I would cut it off on day one, no matter what the ramifications. And I would say that you show me what is legitimate, and I will show you what is legitimate, and we'll do further audits to your content of what is legitimate. And I can tell you this country does not have debt. Without that, I want you to imagine a life that is phenomenal in this nation. 1.9 trillion today is going towards debt payments. Next financial year, 2.2 trillion is going towards debt payment. The following financial year, 2.4 trillion is going towards debt payment. If that was not going towards debt payment, and that is our taxes going towards debt payment, the life that we can have is phenomenal. Phenomenal. There's no reason why we do not have tarmac everywhere. There's no reason why anybody here is looking for water. There's no reason why anybody is paying school fees. There's no reason why anybody is going to a hospital and not finding medicine free of charge. This is the kind of life we are talking about. Something criminal has happened here, and all we are going through are the motions. You can remove William Ruto today. Unless you deal with that problem, we'll be removing the next person thereafter. You give me the seat, I don't deal with that, you'll be calling me a liar in 2 years, because I will not be able to adhere to the promises and commitments I'm making. We can never tax enough to deal with this problem. We will never produce enough to deal with this problem. But we as a nation must get to an extent where it's no longer about distribution, it is about productivity, which was one of the questions. How do we get out of this quagmire? It is productivity. We deal with this debt, deal with the basic human dignity rights of every individual in this country, and then we get to what is called productivity. Our people need to be unleashed to work. We need to produce. And you can only do so when you're not looking for food. When you are full, you can go out there and produce. And that's what we need to focus on. And that's the economic Marshall Plan that we have and we are going to unleash. Now, one of the issues that was also raised is ideological. What are our ideological patterns? What are we going to do in terms of ideology? This is where our economic template is going to define where we stand, because we cannot compare ourselves to the Mzungus. But there are those who believe that Kenya is still about distribution. I don't. I believe every Kenyan must have dignity and there must be a modicum of social justice. But I believe in productivity. So mine is about supply side economics. And there are those who believe in demand side, which is government doing everything. I believe the private sector is the place that should be a place of growth. You look at America and look at some of the greatest minds there, some of the greatest businessmen there, Elon Musk to Gates and so on, right? They are richer than countries. Regimes don't feel threatened by them. They deal with them. They accommodate them. They push them. They advance them, right? This is where we should be. You shouldn't be trying to think that you become a billionaire by doing government business. You're becoming a billionaire in private sector, not in government. This is poor people's money. You don't become a billionaire out of it, right? It should be just so that every single Kenyan has a modicum of a definition called dignity. So we must make sure the private sector is the biggest growth vehicle here. That's supply side economics. They should be the drivers. And this is where we will have, that's the debate we should get to. And that's the debate we should get to, not about which tribe has been in power or has not been in power, or which one is this or which one is that. So what? You can put whoever you want on the basis of tribe. Are you solving this problem? No, no, you're not. Donald Trump gets in, and one thing the Republicans do is they say, as we are not going to tax the rich, right? As we're going to reduce taxes on the rich, we're going to tax everybody else. So the rich people support the Republican Party, right? The filthy rich. But there are Democrats, even there are rich people there who say, as we believe that in as much as they have rich people, they should also pull others with them. And we are very liberal with our views. As we believe in abortion, we believe in this, we believe in that, and we're going to support the Democrats. If you look at the history, the birth of those two parties, you'll find one was for slavery, which were the Republicans. They were against slavery. And the people that were against slavery ended up even forming the Democratic Party because for them, this thing was so evil, what they did for so many years, that they needed to change the template. We are at that place in our history. You can put who you want on the basis of tribe. My fellow tribesman can win again, whoever it is, even me, if you want to give me on the basis of Amakikuyu. Let me assure you, that is not the issue. The same problem somebody from Kikuyu land is facing is the same one somebody in Luo Nyanza is facing, in Mijikenda is facing. Right now, one common debate, and this is what becomes an issue for the next election, is the economic debate. That is the issue. And let us not be side-railed into other extraneous things. The economic debate is dominating us. The pain of the economy is dominating us. And the reaction of a regime is very simply this, that because they cannot solve it, we shall embed tyranny. We shall abduct your children. We shall kill them on the streets. Even you, Jimmy, you talk, we raid your house and finish you and your family. You so and so. Yes, it's because they don't have an answer to the economy. But let us not be sidetracked to whether they braid my house or they whatever. No. Let us understand that that is what they're going to keep doing because they cannot address the economic issues. So we must solve our economic problems. And we solve our economic problems by understanding the problem and then say, fine, now where is the answer? Who is the answer? Which is the team that is the answer? Who has got the template of an answer? Let us debate that issue. And it doesn't matter where you come from, whether you're Pokomo or whether you're who. It is who has the answer. And unfortunately now, William Ruto has been held to account within 2 years. It took a long time for the previous regime to be held to account. This one now has been held to account 2 years because people are more knowledgeable. You have a younger population that is active now, are feeling the pain. They're out in the job market, they can't find jobs, and they want to understand what all this is about. They were on Instagram 2 years ago, they are now on Twitter. They're on the political platform, and they are influencing. And he got a shock in June. And that's what Kenyans need to understand, that what came in June was a complete change of the political compass of this nation. The fulcrum has changed. The order has changed. The direction has changed. And people still want to live in the past. They think it's about tribe or about division or about accommodation. William Ruto created broad-based power because he needed to survive. The revolution almost removed him. Article 1 took power from Parliament. Parliament is now irrelevant. Nobody cares what goes on in that house. It is been cancelled by most of us in this country. William Ruto sought a broad-based government to survive. His finance bill had been rejected. He had to cancel it. And normally that questions the legitimacy of a regime. If this was another part of the world, the Western nations that have grown, he would have resigned and sought re-election. Here he chose to go to the opposition to show himself up. But he didn't even do that well, because normally you give up half your seats, you remove your memorandum, your economic template, you don't talk bottom up anymore, you don't talk your housing programs, you throw them away, you come back with a new template so that you can come back to Kenyans and try and sell a new finance bill where they accept to invest more taxation in a new plan. He didn't do it well. So the revolution keeps going on. Then you bring in other parties, it is still going on, right? And as it goes on, his reaction now is, apart from accommodation of certain forces, certain parties, I am going to rain terror. right? I will make sure if you are on Twitter and you're doing this to me, I'll deal with you. So he wants to instill fear. God knows now they may even try to ban all these mediums. It will not work. It will not bring back legitimacy. He's already gone and cancelled. He is merely just trying to survive to the next election. And on that, I had one question that I'd like to answer about what do we do? We have been here. We know what it's about. We know how regimes survive. I can tell you this. Taxation, I was asked, yes. And there are very many ways. And we're coming out with a very good booklet, right? Hopefully at the beginning of February, because we wanted the pain of January to set in. We wanted to people to see them creeping back in with funny taxes because they are doing so, right? We wanted people to see the 2025 finance bill and the proposed taxes that have come out in the budget policy statement. You can see they are coming back with more pain. So we are coming out with a booklet where each and every one of us can participate. But ever since I started saying so, I can tell you, you can check, you can see there's more cash in circulation than was before. And it's not because of reduction of anything that central bank has done. It's primarily because people have gone offline. They're now operating offline to not pay taxes. And those who are in employment, we shall show them what to do with their indirect taxes. It's very hard, I agree, with the direct taxes, but there are ways to do it in the indirect taxes. Those who are paying and submit tax returns at the end of every financial year, you can submit and don't pay. If you're many of you, what can they do? KRA has no capacity to come for you. So we have got very many ways which we're going to bring out in a booklet. That is one thing. In other words, deny feeding this monster, this tax that he so needs. Number two, which is important, very important, we must activate the political questions of this illegitimate regime, this delinquent regime that is continually breaking law. We must. You cannot tell us that you can bring to account a member of parliament and recall, and you cannot recall a president and his government. We can. And in the next few weeks, you'll be hearing of that plan too. Thirdly, I think it's Abdi who had the last question, who talked about restructuring. Our big problem here, and the last time we restructured was under Moi, is that under Moi we had one major pool of debt, which was called the Paris Club debt. That is the bilaterals with IMF and World Bank. One pool of debt. Today, we have four huge pools of debt. The Paris Club, the bilaterals, and IMF are one. You have Chinese debt. You have what is called the London Club debt, which is where you have the syndicated loans and the Eurobonds, this private money. You imagine Eurobonds are now at almost 11%. And then you have got our domestic debt. You have four pools. How do you put them together to negotiate? The only way you can restructure this is by saying you are defaulting all of it. And the default of it all is very painful. You imagine 5.4 trillion is our domestic banks that have put this money in government bonds and bills, and we do not know what it has gone for. It's been a Ponzi scheme of eating. Those banks, that is our money. If you say you're defaulting on that, they will close tomorrow. So the question is, what do we do with that? How do we deal with that problem? Right? How do you deal with the defaulting on the foreign debt? Now, if you go the default way, which other countries have gone, it's very, very costly to each and every one of us. The first thing is that you have high inflation. Nobody wants your currency because it's not backed by the promise of it. So people will start running to the dollar. You have a currency exchange rate here going to crazy figures. Imagine if the dollar was at 300 plus. You can imagine the cost of living here. Your banks close. You have no access to systems and functions that the banking sector so give and are so embedded in our lives. We are all very electronic, right? The formula that's brought out by IMF is punitive. It talks about everyone now contributing. In Ghana, for example, they said that 30% of your money in the banks, in your M-Pesas, in anything must be forfeited. In your bonds or bills, if you are invested, must be forfeited. The pain is phenomenal, and coming out of it takes a long time. Long time. You've had Greece that went through bank closure for something like 8 years. You have Lebanon, which closed in 2019. Banks are still closed. They don't even have a government. They don't have a prime minister because of this issue. Our issue is like that. And here I can tell you, ours, fortunately, the good thing is that most of it is not legitimate. It's not legitimate. So we have an easy out. It's the courage of a leader to remove it, and a population and a country that supports that leader to do it. And that's where the next mandate must be about that. Must be about dealing with economic issue and our pain. And we must understand our pain. That's why we come on these forums. That's why we've been trying to educate people for over 2 years on something we have extensively studied. So we are going to continue this path to make sure that people understand that this is the issue. This is our economic issue. This is the fraud that has been done to us, and we must deal with it. And we deal with it by cutting it off. And once we cut it off, right, we shall breathe. What is the promise thereafter? That is the key thing. Every election has a question. Every election. In the multi-party elections that were there during the Moi period, and it's important to understand the first presidential election we ever had was in 1992. The election was to remove Moi. Remove Moi. He was eventually removed 10 years later in 2002, right? Because he was extending himself through what we believed was a proxy called Uhuru Kenyatta at the time. And people went the Kibaki way. And Kibaki gave us a breath of fresh air politically. He gave us a breath of fresh air economically. The man was about the empowerment of the human being. That's why free primary education was such a big thing to him, right? The next election in 2007 was an anti-Kikuyu election. It was 41 against 1. And you can see the chaos it caused. 1,400 lives. Kenyan lives we lost. The next election after that, 2013, of which I participated, was primarily about ICC. That is what the issue was. These so-called victims of ICC were being downtrodden by, people said, by Raila Odinga. Raila tried to make it about devolution. It did not work. It became about ICC. I remember that campaign very well. We threw in things like digital analog to entice the youth to participate because we were saying there's a new generation in power. In 2017, I participated heavily again, this time on the Raila side. We branded the Ruto regime as thieves. Nasa Hawa. That is what it was about. Because they were stealing. Those 4 years were theft. We were advertising it because they were stealing. And sure enough, the Supreme Court ended up even saying they stole the election and nullified it. So we cemented that. In 2022, William Ruto branded the election as dynasty, as hustler versus dynasty. Hustler versus dynasty. The have-nots against the haves. Very dangerous, but he did. But you can see he's unable to fulfill his promise. He has no money, and now he wants to become a dynasty. What is the next election about? What is the next election? Whether we have it this year, because I don't believe in all consciousness that this man is going to survive his term. What is the next election about? We are talking one common thread. Whether one has money, whether one doesn't have money, one common thread. We have an economic challenge in this nation, and it affects every single one of us. It is hurting every single one of us. There's no exception to this, apart from those who may be in office who are looting. But I can tell you the nightmare of what they are doing is also there with them because they're dealing with problems every single day. It's like the treasury has an auctioneer at the door every day. That's what they're dealing with. We must brand the next election the economic emancipation of Kenyans. And what does that mean? Let everybody put their template. What does it mean? Let people talk economy, not tribe, not sijui nini, not sijui nonsense. You come here with an agenda on the economy and we start appending ideology, because that's where now we'll have discussions on where we are as a country, what we should be doing, where we should be going, and the populace can decide which is the direction they want. It's the economy. It's James Carville who said, who was a big campaigner of Clinton, it's the economy, stupid, it's the economy. That is what we should be discussing every day and not be sidetracked into funny tribal things that William Ruto would like to perpetuate. Asanteni sana. I hope I've answered most of your questions.
Thank you so much. Barikiwa sana. Muda gani uko nayo?
Tumezungumza sana.
Naona uko na muda gani ili tupatie watu watatu wanne? Naona
Another
Kibwana.
15 minutes or so.
Okay, sawa sawa. 15 minutes. Let me give Kibwana, Lady Justice, Sheila, Nothing, Western, and if you can keep it 2 minutes will be better for us. But wakili, habari ya leo?
Nzuri sana.
Karibu sana, nashukuru.
Thank you, Hilary, and thank you for really, Abdi. Thank you for this very informative space. And
Yes.
to also thank Jimmy Wanjigi. Let me use both names so that he doesn't come with guns blazing for calling him just one name. I have been
Thank
listening
you,
for a long
Governor.
time. Yes, but very, very quickly, because I there are many things that one could say. But, from his exposition, I have understood this concept of onerous or Dia's debt, which has siphoned a lot of money from our country over time. But I think also the point that Bonnie was making, that even the money that we have, which we can use legitimately, that money also is misused. And so one has to look at both aspects. And indeed, what the information that Jimmy has, the information that Bonnie has, and I think somebody else did say that, they can be brought together. And if other people have information on these economic issues, so that there is a blueprint which helps people to really understand the whole that we are involved in. And I also understood from Jimmy's explanation, Wanjigi, that development is not possible. There is no money for development. So when we are told that there's going to be development and this area will be developed and so on and so forth, that is a mirage. And I think that came out very clearly. There is a question that Honorable Wanjigi didn't answer, the one of employment of young people. And that is why I think, even as you say now that 2027, it is the economy stupid. But you have to link it with the Gen Z, with the disempowerment of young people, because they came out and they need to be to still be in the space so that they can be a big force. So their disempowerment, this 70% of the population, I think that will be an important aspect also to do. And then maybe one of the most critical questions that I want to ask Mr. Wanjigi: has any country refused to lend us because they realized that there wasn't a legal framework for lending? Because these countries which lend have got very astute lawyers. So those lawyers also advise them that the legal framework, whether it is the Constitution, whether it is the PFMA Act, that the country, there's some borrowing which is illegal, because if these countries are, they're good enough, the people who lend to us, then their own lawyers would be able to tell them that. And as I draw to a conclusion, does Jimmy Wanjigi anticipate that even for some of those debts which are not proper, when we are saying that we can't pay them, the banks and whoever it is who is lending us from those countries can go to their governments and say that this money went to the country, and it's up to that country to pay, and therefore there is pressure? And how do we deal with that kind of pressure? And finally, I think we are not looking for one leader or two leaders. And I think Booker made this point, that you need to have, democratic forces coming together. And this is one of the difficult things that is happening, because, many people are doing things silo, and as a result, it's going to be difficult to kind of get to where perhaps the country, should go to 2027 or earlier, if people continue like 1992, and Jimmy Wanjigi did talk about that, 1922 and 1997. And then finally, very finally, Jimmy has said that in Wanjigi, in 2017, he helped Raila with Nasawa. I want to ask him, do you still have a relationship with the former prime minister? And if he was not to get the AU job, and I think, you know, I'm not saying that he shouldn't. Do you think that you could work with him going forward? I land.
Thank you.
Hillary.
Yes,
Hillary,
yes.
please allow me to respond to
That's one that.
Governor Kibwana. You know, he's a senior man.
Yes.
Maybe we don't just mix his questions, if you don't mind.
Yes, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes.
He's asked some very good questions. The first one he asked is about employment. Now, supply side economics, for example, means this: that I want you to imagine a government that is not borrowing domestically. So if, and I have the method under which banks will be capitalized, have to capitalize themselves to this money that they have loaned us that we can't account for. If these banks have got money that the government is not taking, so if they have their 5 trillion back in their pockets, they are forced by their shareholders to loan, because that's how they make money. So they'll be forced to come out to each and every one of us, like it happened during the Kibaki period, where you create loans. I want you to imagine borrowing at 5%. So Mama Mboga can go and take 1 million shillings and pay back 50,000 per year. That is better than any hustler fund. There'll be a wash with money that young people will drive something called self-employment, and what I like to call the entrepreneurial state. In other words, we are going to be pushing entrepreneurs, not people just job seeking. Entrepreneurs, because we have got territory we need to conquer beyond our land. I'm just giving you one example. And that's the freedom that this debt burden, removing it, does for us as a nation. You create that wealth, comes back to us to deploy, as banks should be doing, into the private sector. It came from them anyway. Send it back there. It means, for example, that 200 billion to redo an airport can be raised as venture capital. In domestic debt, 800 billion is pensioners' money. 700 billion is insurance companies. You and I as businessmen can go to an insurance companies and say, we need 200 billion. We have formed a consortium that can go and revamp the airport, right? And we need your venture capital at a price of 3% because the banks are giving us at 5%. And you'll find that they become shareholders in an enterprise such as that ends up being owned by Kenyans, not by others. This is what happens when you free up capital. You then capitalize the nation to become an entrepreneurial state. And you do so if you remove this burden that is there in the coffers of government. That is how great this thing is. That is our emancipation. I hope I've answered that. Just but one example before you start getting into how you can direct credit towards very many things. Number two,
Yes.
Number two,
Yes.
because he talked categorically about illegal borrowing and the consequences of stopping the illegal borrowing. Now, the questionable debt is not coming from countries. It is coming from private banks. For example, our audit of what you call the London Club debt, these are the Eurobonds and syndicated loans, have no basis in law. They did not come, any of them, that we could find other than the first Eurobond where $350 million came into consolidated fund. The rest did not come to consolidated fund. We don't know what they funded. So for example, I was asked that question not too long ago by a foreign party. What do you do if JP Morgan Chase says they are going to arm twist the American government? I would ask the American government to immediately, because it's not JP Morgan's money. They collected it from people, right? They sought people's investment in this bond, and they sought it on a prospectus. That prospectus talked about development projects. And that prospectus in development shows development projects. Those development projects, JP Morgan Chase should have themselves analyzed our laws and seen how their money is anchored in our budget according to our laws. They received money under false pretense. That is an investigation into JP Morgan Chase.
The SEC should be investigating them. That's the basis of an SEC investigation into Adani. He raised money under false pretenses through the stock exchange in America, right, to fund green energy projects in India, okay, where he has bribed parties that have given him certain concessions. That is how serious this matter is. And I can assure you, right, each and every one of them, we will deal with them. Each and every one. We've gone through this. So we are very clear. I agree with you about the complementarity of expenses being done in counties and theft and so on. But you know, Kenya is the kind of place where if the boss is not stealing, others don't steal. People are afraid. Things here are top down. If the head of state is not stealing, is not participating in that malfeasance, even a governor will not do it. They'll be afraid. The system changes. I remember a time when people used to ask what has happened in the treasury when Kibaki came in, and they said, but these are the same officials. I remember a World Bank fellow asking that question. And Murari aptly answered him and said, yes, we're the same, some of these are the same officials, but the top has changed. And sure enough, things changed. So we have a chance of dealing with that. When you talk about forces coming together, Governor, which forces? Which forces? If we are coming together to deal with this economic issue, and we have the same template of agreement, I agree with you. Tick, tick, tick. We can come together and let us say we are all saying that we will cut off, right, on day one, this odious debt. We will not pay it. Yes, and I tell you, there are not very many people who come there. But if we are just grandstanding on the basis that the problem is only Ruto, once we get rid of Ruto, we are solving the problem, then no. Ruto is a big part of this problem. He must go, and he's going. He's going to go. That there's no doubt. But we must be clear that we have to deal on day one with this problem. I have bothered to understand what this problem is. Have others understood it? Are they prepared, right, to come and join this direction where we are saying we are going to cut off odious debt, which is a pain to Kenyans, that is a theft on Kenyans? Or are they going to be bought? Are they going to be compromised? Have they been part of it? Are they going to be talked to? Are they going to be the forces that refuse the advancement of dealing with it? That is the problem we're having. I remember when there was the issue of the MOU between LDP and Kibaki's government. And a list of names was given. A list of names that was brought to Kibaki by the LDP side. Raila, Modi Awori, George Saitoti. I was present when that list was given. And Kibaki's main reason for dropping some names, in other words, removing Kamodo, who came from LDP side, and putting Michuki, for example, right, was that, are these not the same people who created the problems we have in Kenya? Are they going to be gatekeepers of the previous regime because they are in it? Or are they going to allow our emancipation? I take somebody from Moranga, but I take Michuki. I will not allow Ntimama because they may end up stopping our programs because of the things that they had done in the past. So I take another man called, I think it was called Papai, from Kajiado South. The issues were his agenda had to be fulfilled for the people of Kenya. He had made promises. And if you bring parties that are going to stop it, that will become a problem. It's the same here. You can sit down with everybody and say, okay, the problem is Ruto tomorrow. We remove him. In fact, today, the problem is Ruto. We remove him. But Kenyans will be saying, okay, then what? Are you solving our economic problem? And 2 years down the line, we'll be fighting there because there are forces that want this to stick. And this is a lot of money. A lot of people can be influenced, or they have been part of it. Those who do not want to deal with this problem will be there on the table with you. Or do you want those that are prepared to say, this is truly a new period for Kenya, an economic emancipation, and bother to understand what it's about? Most of our, and I say this with all due respect, most of our political leadership understands political rights. They understand freedom of speech, of this, of democracy, yeah. But nobody is talking about economic freedom, liberation. They don't understand what that means. Governor did a fantastic job in Makueni, right? You taught them what to do with their mangoes. You taught them value addition. That is part of emancipation. Now, the key thing is it should have been propelled beyond a county, should have gone on beyond any county funding, should have been a program the private sector take on. That is the supply side economics we're talking about. Many people do not understand it, are not in touch with it. They don't click, but they are very good at oh, tumezimwa mdomo. Oh, we have no rights. Oh, he's jailing us. Oh, democracy. Oh, freedom of speech. Those are embedded, but very few people can talk about economic emancipation of a Kenyan. They still want us, in many form or another, beggars to them. They do not want our emancipation because they see it threatens them. So who are these forces you're saying that should come to the table? And lastly, your question about Rao, my good friend Raila Amolo Odinga. He is my friend. He is a friend from a very long time ago. He's my family friend. You can see I have no time for William Ruto, but even when William Ruto raided my home and caused a lot of atrocity, he beat up my children. They broke my home more so viciously, without any decorum. They sent thugs. Raila was one of the first people to come and give comfort to my family. We are family friends. I wish him all the best in any venture that he wants. I wish if he can win AU, good for him. I have no problem. If that's an ambition, in fact, I always say, for the name of Kenya, it's good. If he doesn't get it, sour. Life goes on. But I can tell you, I'll never wish him ill. He is a personal friend. As I know even him, he does not wish me ill. And I wish him all the best. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Mheshimiwa, can I go one round, then you give a final remarks? Then we wind up, if you allow me.
Okay.
Yeah, and okay. Thank you so much. Blue Nation, let us go. Then Lady Justice, Sheila, nothing in that order. Very quick, 2 minutes each. Blue Nation, are you here? All right, you're away. You're on the mic later on then. Lady Justice, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Hilary, and thank you, Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi, for that information on the state of the economy of the country. One of the things I think about every time I look at Kenya at this point in time is you have spoken about productivity, and I concur. We do not need a nation that thinks that, oh, we're going to have free education, this and that, because it makes no sense, especially when you don't have, a productive country. When you're not producing, you don't have industries. So in the past, we never had issues of economic downfall like we've had in the past, I think, 2 decades. But one of the things we're not looking at is what is it that changed in the landscape of what is needed for a thriving economy in a country. So what are the factors? Who are the key stakeholders? Yes, there's the governance, there are the leaders who need to be accountable on how they are, using the money and all that. But what's the role of the citizens? And for me, how I see it is there's something that really is lacking. And it started when everybody started pursuing higher education. So you find that those who were farmers, if you come from a generation of farmers, think about central Kenya, if your grandparents used to, produce the warus, my thought is that by fifth generation, if your grandpa used to do one bag and sell it at Gikomba, by fifth generation, you should be exporting like tons and tons of that waru to other countries. But that is not happening. And that is a very critical part of a thriving economy. And you go to any other parts of the country, what are these area-specific economic activities that used to thrive in the past that somehow were overtaken by education? And normally people think that the solution is entrepreneurship. Yes and no, because you can provide loans to these Gen Zs, and everybody goes out there and sets a shop, they're selling iPhones or they're selling makeup. How many people can sell iPhone on the street and still make money and make profit and go home? If there are 10 of them in one street up at Tomboya, somebody's not going to be making money. And then those businesses go down. But if we teach the younger generation that there is a correlation between higher education and also that economic activity that your family is known for. I live in Canada. My mom used to make samosas and sell them in offices in Kisumu. Do you know? I know how to make samosas, and I still make them in my office. When I get to a new place, people know that, oh, this girl can make samosas, and I make my money from that. That's my extra money. So there's that point of how do we connect children to knowing that even if you're attaining education, you can also connect it with that family activity. Don't be embarrassed with what your family activity is, but look for how to build it. The Bill Gates of the world, they started from building a family business. In fact, that's how most of these big American businesses, Canada businesses, people are.
Okay.
Yes. So
1 minute, Lady Justice. Okay. Lady Justice, just finish.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so pretty much that's what I wanted to add. Like, what are we doing to remind the Gen Zs and the millennials that, you know, education that they attend in school can also be linked to their prosperity and not just looking to the government to provide employment. Yes, the role of the government, the key role of the government is wealth distribution, but you can't really distribute what you don't have. If a country is continuously borrowing, it means that even our basic needs, perhaps we are importing them. We shouldn't be importing things like unga, ya ugali. We shouldn't be importing cooking oil. If we're doing that and we have this big population in Kenya, it means something is amiss, and it's missing because our biggest labor force is not involved in production. Look at China. When China wanted to establish themselves as a global economy, they went back to get their hands dirty. How do we do that with this generation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sheila, go ahead. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I'll dive right into it. It's very unfortunate that almost actually exceeding 70% of the money goes into paying our debt. Now, my question is, first of all, when Mr. Jimmy Wanjigi was talking about rejecting paying the debt when the people who borrowed us the money come for it, how do we do that? How do we? What is the procedure that we as Kenyans can follow to actualize that rejection? What can we do so that we say, you know what, as Kenyans, this is where our decision is? And number two, in my opinion, I really think atop of our, our political leaders playing a lot of games with the policies around where the accounts are, the different accounts, playing around to just create holes and loopholes where they can tap out the money. I think we really need to look at, we really need to address our fiscal policies. And I've heard how you were saying it's very hard to restructure our debt, because when we talk about restructuring our debt, again, it still goes back to our fiscal policies. Now, for example, you said it will be very hard. Is it possible? What exactly is the debt department doing? The public debt audit team that was appointed by the president the other day after the maandamano. They can look at this. We can look. They're different. They can just break down the different debt that we have, so that as Kenyans we understand. It's very important that as you're giving us this information, we understand why some measures are not possible, but still the information is laid out for everyone to read. Can we look at, longer payment periods? Is it no longer possible? Can we just renegotiate our interest rates? As how bad is it for Kenya? Is it possible? Because I was hearing about the climate change, if we are doing some nature swaps for debt, our minerals, actually I've become very aware since the Finance Bill 2024. I've been looking at things and I'm wondering, are there steps that we can be guided on how we can work this out, how Kenyans can put all our heads together? Because it seems
the people who are put to implement these policies, to come up with structures, probably even this broad-based, broadening the tax base, it would work. But if we do not have employment, if we do not have revenue coming in, that means there is nothing you're taxing. Now, a fiscal policy, for example, and it's not just with this government, during Uhuru's government in 2020,
Sheila, 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. The digital tax was introduced, but then there were no government measures or other policies that were put in place to ensure that the digital environment is thriving. And it came back again in 2024. And I think there's a bill that was again passed in regard to that. That's just an example of what I'm very familiar with. So is it possible that we look at that, our fiscal policies? Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for your question. Crispin, go ahead with 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Crispin, you're sleeping, right? That analyst activist?
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, the host and the Right Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi and my fellow Kenyans. I'm very glad for the information that I've got from the Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi. I have just a question to Mheshimiwa. You said that you personally, when you are given a chance, you'll fight all these that we are seeing. But the main problem that we have in our country, you find that is corruption. You find that it is not at the national level, but it is something that has gone up to the grassroots. You find that at the constituency level, at the county level, and also the judiciary of Kenya. You find that nowadays we have a very big gap between the rich and the poor, to an extent that the politicians, they have took advantage that they can do anything at any time. You find that the scandals since the era of Kibaki, the era of Uhuru, and now the era of Kasongo, you find that all politicians that were accused of being corrupt, none of them have been charged. You find that, for example, just an example, we have a Eurobond that was there with the Waiguru. You find that there was nothing that was done. So my question is, as a Mheshimiwa, about this, the judiciary and the corruption. This is where the country split, and this is the very big problem that we are facing. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much. Data activist.
Thank you, Hilary, Abdi, and everyone, and Jimmy Wanjigi for being in this space. I've been working on data from the IMF and World Bank based on the sovereign debt of the country. And based on that data, I believe we don't need the IMF and the World Bank. We don't. Because one of the main reasons is that they have policies that are designed for debt sustainability, which means we are supposed to be in debt perpetually, for like forever. Yeah. And they are the ones that are pushing the policies that are destroying this economy, if we are being honest. Yeah. So my question to you, my first question to you would be, how can we do it such that we do away with IMF and World Bank, the way we are doing to do away with the debt, so that we don't need them? Because in this country, every single county is rich in its own right. And if we are managing our resources properly, we can do it on our own without even any external funding. We just need a proper leader.
Yes, activist.
And
your questions. Go to direct to your questions.
Yeah, my question also, my first question is
about IMF. Yeah. Okay. The second one.
The second question is on economics. We talked about economics, and based on analysis from the Kenya Bureau of Statistics poverty reports, you realize that the food expenditure has increased from 2021 to 2022 as part of the economic emancipation. How do we do it so that
Hillary.
Yes,
economic
Jimmy.
I can't hear anything.
Okay, Dr.
Can you hear
Activist.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Dr. Activist, we can't hear your question,
Okay.
but I'm writing them down. I'll let you know. So, Dr. Activist, one last question.
My last question is for economic emancipation. How do we do it so that it trickles down to the household
How can
positively?
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for coming. Risa Sibandia, go ahead.
Yeah, asante Hillary, and thank you Wanjigi for that elaborate political submission. 3 questions for you. One, why are you not campaigning at the moment, yet we are just two years away from 2027, and you want to become a president? Number 2, what is your view on the change of your education system from 844 to CBC and the university funding model? And number 3, what are you going to do to make sure that you defeat Awilo with the maximum margin so that he doesn't rig? Thank you, Hillary.
Awilo. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Risa, for straight up questions. I like that. Nothing. Go ahead. Nothing. You have a mic. Nothing. Luan Nation, are you here? All right. Honorable Kibwell, I want to give you. Okay. Dr. Milton, I see you. But let me give Wakili a time. Tom Boy, do you have a question? Tom Boy, you take a mic, you don't talk, and then you'll say that, and this is a problem. So no worries. Okay, as we winding up, nothing. I can't hear you. I can't hear you at all. Okay, Dr. Milton, go ahead.
Can I go on?
No, your time is out, lapse. Dr. Milton, go ahead.
Okay. Mine is again. We are talking about something. That for me, this is economic genocide against the people of Kenya. When you listen to the numbers, when you listen to how these things have been done, and just cycling back on what Professor Kibwana said, the question that lingers in my mind is that whatever we do, the outcome ultimately is to free the Kenyan people from the oppression that the debt burden has subjected them to. And my question was the immediate steps that we need to take. And Honorable Wanjigi, I am really engaged and I follow your conversations. And like I said earlier, how do we get the painkiller? You've talked about stopping kukata ushuru ama kata kodi. That is fine. We can find ways of doing that. But I think we need to move a little bit from where we are to practically getting to deal with the kind of phobia that has been instilled in the Kenyans, that if we go this direction, what are the chances that we are going to succeed? And sort of what I call the national blackmail. So cycling back on Prof's question, how do you prescribe the immediate solution in the short term to make sure that Mbadi is not coming up in the next 3 months to tell us 70 billion of our money is going into paying another odious debt? That is number one. Number two, how do we stop the commercial banks at the local level from increasing the 5.4 trillion further, and where you have a government competing with its citizens in accessing loans and funding for whatever programs from its own citizens, because that is what is taking up the interest rates at, skyrocketing levels? And lastly, who is that leader that has the guts? And how do we identify that leader? And I will shoot straight at you. Are you that kind of person that will get Kenyans, will have the courage to take the Paris and the London clubs and whoever it is to tell them, hey, we are not going to pay, can't pay, won't pay? If you are not, who do you have in mind and what sort of collaboration? And what role? You talked about how you played a role with the Kibaki administration, how you played a role with Uhuruto in 2013, NASA how in 2017, and even 2022. How do you, and I say this because I saw some video that was yesterday shared about you and the role that you have played, and you're being accused of, certain economic, quote unquote, crimes, like you're part of the those that are responsible for where we are. I mean, that is could be propaganda, it can be anything. But how do we then identify that leader, and what role would you like to play in the event that one, you're the leader, or two, you're not the leader, but how do you then make sure that your part and your role is distinct in that economic emancipation of the people as you have defined it? I
Okay.
hope my questions are clear, and if they are not, we can even engage beyond or outside.
I will try to do that, Dr. Daktari, and I'll make sure that Honorable Wanjigi get it well. Wanjigi, ukikubali tuwe na watu wawili watatu, then I give to Bwana, then you
Okay.
finish it and you say goodbye and we close the space today.
So,
Yeah. Let me give a leader, and then Nyorude. Then Wakili, you'll give your last remarks, then I'll give it to Honorable Wanjigi. Then we wind up the session today. The leader, go ahead.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask a question that I think Professor Kivuda asked Jimmy, but as far as I'm concerned, I think he just danced around that question. Mainly, our problem in Kenya, I think our enemy in Kenya actually are not even the international bankers, but is the ruling elite that is working with the international community. And like when the Gen Z rose up during the protest, Mr. Ruto was going to leave the office. It was clear he was going to leave the office. And then Mr. Raila came, and that is how that thing was just, another handshake, as Mr. Raila is well famous for. So to me, personally, actually, I'm from Homa Bay County. And as far as I'm concerned, I think Raila is really a problem. So for what Mr. Wanjigi said, Raila is my friend, is a family friend. He was there for me when Ruto did what. But as Kenyans, the ones who went on the street, the Kenyans who died, the young, the Gen Z generation, that their blood was split on the streets of Kenya, and Raila just came and took everything away.
I want to give you a mic again, but I think you're dividing attention from what we are discussing. So let us just think of what we're discussing. Today is not about Raila. Janjigo was just saying that what we are discussing about the state of the nation and the current regime. So I think if it's that way, and we will be very core. I don't deny that if you have personal issues with the leader, it is important to focus on him when. We don't want to divert attention with with what we're discussing today. Nyerude, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Hilary, for the opportunity, and thank you so much, Bwana Wanjigi, for making time to be here. One, I would love to hear your thoughts about the issue of whether it's about time to do away with the annual finance bill as a tax-raising measure, and is it about time that we have a long-term tax policy that is comprehensive, that has clarity, and that does not subject the business and the economy to uncertainty and such a chaos around every June. So that's one. The second thing, there is anecdotal evidence to the fact that as an economy we lose almost 2 billion every day. That boils down to about 700 billion a year, and that almost equates to the fiscal deficit that we always have as a country every year. Much as it's considered that public debt is a problem, don't you think that corruption also plays a role? That if we were to slay these two evils, would be in a better position. Thirdly, and the very final one, don't you think it's about time you stop keyboard and microphone campaigns and go and engage Wanjigi with the people who matters? I'm not saying that here we do not matter, but the masses need to hear this message, this gospel, so that they start assessing whether is Wanjigi the Messiah we've been waiting for, or is it about time we look for another person? I thank you, and I land. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nerude. Wakili, go ahead. Then when Jimmy, you can come in now to wrap up the questions, and also thank you so much for coming.
Maybe I will
Wakili,
add a
no,
few,
no, no, no. Wait, Abdi,
only,
wait, Abdi, wait.
Hillary.
Let Abdi wait. Let Wanjigi come. Nani, Honorable Kibwana. Then I'll give you time. Okay. Wakili, go ahead, Governor.
Thank you very much. I'm not used to being called Wakili because I'm a teacher, but that's fine. Thank you, Hilary. Thank you, Abdi. I think I really like how Jimmy Wanjigi has explained to us those three types of debt. That is outrightly legal debt, but which does not do any work, or gets into corruption, or gets into recurrent, and then legal debt, and which does real work. And I think his exposition plus this other aspect of also how to curb, corruption. I think those two are very critical things. But I think it's also required to have like a manifesto, like all these things that we have been talking in X spaces, we have been talking everywhere, so that there is a manifesto. There's like a Mwananchi manifesto. There's a manifesto about what to do to recover, to revive, the country, and then that becomes part of civic, or political education. And I think Jimmy Wanjigi also talked about some things that he wants to, print and circulate, and for people to understand more, because without that education, because all these things are complex even to us who are in this space, but they have to be done in a way to get them to go to the grassroots and for people to understand what are the real issues, and they are owned and they are propagated. And young people, the Gen Zs and the millennials, are very critical in terms of getting that message to all ward WhatsApps, village WhatsApps, on the ground, grassroots, so that there is movement from the street, from the digital space, and to the grassroots space. But otherwise, I think the question of getting like-minded people to work together, that is still an issue. As an academician, I think studying how change has happened efficaciously in many places, that is always a very, very, very important thing. Otherwise, there can be an abortion, like in the Arab Spring, in many places where old forces, even when somebody who was acting a country has gone out, you still get people who are similar coming on board. But I want to thank Hilary, to thank Abdi, to thank Jimmy Wanjigi for the effort that is putting in terms of making people to understand the economic matters. And I think one must mix the supply and the demand side, but that will be something to come from that manifesto, the Wananchi manifesto, which will assist us. And thank you very much, and all colleagues. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Wakili, and God bless you. I'm sorry that today I called you Wakili, but thank you so much, Governor, for joining our space all the time, and we really appreciate you. Abdi, welcome, Honorable Wanjigi, to give us final remarks and answer the questions that he was asked. Abdi, you are done. Okay, go ahead, Honorable Jim Wanjigi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Hilary. And thank you all for the wonderful questions. I think some of you were not here when I started, and it's important to calculate what I said. I said that we have a problem that we have had for 100 years of a system that was brought to us by a private company that became a government. And that system was about exploitation, extraction, and dominance. That is the bed of corruption. That is the bed of what Milton is calling economic genocide. That is where it is anchored. So we have an onerous duty to change that system. And you change that system with ideology. We must create our own system. What we are living today is a system brought to us by a colonialist. We have to change that system. We have to create a system which is not about extraction from our land, that is not about exploitation of our people, that is not about domination of our people. And we fortunately have got a very good constitution that anchored our political rights and give us a platform to do it. And that platform that we are trying to do is the economic liberation. This is what we now need to deal with. And this is where all your questions are answered, whether it is corruption, theft, economic genocide. This is where they're answered. But we've got to understand that we've got to change the system. So going to Lady Justice, you talked about how is education and productivity together. And we had a question from Mizani about 844 and CBC, performance-based and competence-based. What is this about our education system? What is it that was put to us by the Mzungu? Was he creating leaders, entrepreneurs, slaves? What? What? What was he producing? Because this is something we inherited from him, and we are still inheriting from him. What system, what product are we getting at the end? I'll give a comparison to a place called South Korea. South Korea, they tell you categorically, because the South Korean economy grew primarily because of the taking over the shipbuilding industry. They then got into technology. And they have a very basic education. They tell you you need to be able to speak, have communication skills. You need to have a modicum of critical thinking through math. The rest will come as you. But there are two things that will ensure that you have employment. Anything to do with whether it's marine law, steel, metal, ended up doing Hyundai cars, Daewoo cars, and so on, and machinery, right? Naval architecture, right? Anything to do that, you do well. And technology, chips, software. Everybody from the age of 6 knows where they are going to get employment. And that is anchored on a vision of a nation that is saying, this is our niche in the world. This is where we are going in the world. This is a place that will take us to not only our prosperity, but our influence in the world. I think in the next G7 summit, I think South Korea is being accommodated. And you imagine South Korea economically was below us in 1972, 75. It is a question of vision of a leader. This is what changes everything. We had Sheila who is talking about, and you raised some very good questions, Sheila. How does one cut off the debt? How does one deal with the consequences of cutting off this debt? What happened to the public debt committee that Ruto employed? That public debt committee was just showbiz. It didn't even have one meeting, and eventually it collapsed. Public audit of debt is anchored in the controller, in the Auditor General's office. In fact, They are to submit an audited account of the debts to Parliament 6 months after a new budget. So they would have assessed the debt of the previous financial year. Nancy Gadogo has admitted that she has not done it all these years. And they say that office has not done so because they have not had enough funds and resources to spread. But that is the law, it's anchored there. Ruto will never have a public audit committee. In fact, that one that was there, it was Gen Z that pushed it to a large degree, but it is something that was embedded and put by the World Bank and IMF, who said, you know, we're having a lot of queries about this debt. What exactly has been going on here? And I hear they are still pushing, but I believe it is something that he will keep avoiding. He will say it's the Auditor General who's supposed to do it. It will be contested in court if you do otherwise, and he will never be funded to do it. And it will become something that we're just chasing up and down, because this is where the true economic genocide that Milton was talking about happened. Here is where we have a problem. We have had people who decided they are going to keep the template where 60% of Kenyans are below, are looking for food. 30% are struggling to not become the 60%, and 10% are really running the show here, but only 1% are the so-called crooks, are the ones who make sure that this is embedded. Now, that 1% is the same 1% that tries to put out an election question. Zani's talked about campaigning. We are campaigning because when we are talking and educating, we are. We are trying to tell you and try and tell every Kenyan here that our problem is economic. And the problem in the economy is not your productivity. It's not you who is working very hard. It's not you that is anchored in getting an education to come for a job. No, it's not you that's, no. There is, as Milton put it, an economic genocide that has been done on you. And that economic genocide is this debt. It is taking away. You will never produce. You will never produce enough to take care of it. You'll never produce enough to come out of the 60% below poverty. You are going to be slaves to this for the next 60 years unless we cut it off. And if people understand that this is the problem, that that is the real question of any of the next election, then we are there. Ruto would like to make the question of the election about tribe, maybe 41 against 1 or God knows what, right? He's talking rubbish. It's got nothing to do with tribe. This is something has been part of. He created this. Normally, they say when you start doing bad things, you look for communities to save you, for communities to protect you. This is all he's doing. This has nothing to do with any community. It is a community of Kenyans that have. An economic genocide has been done on us, and we must understand how it has been done, what has been done, and that the answer is to remove this problem. You cut off debt, we are free of that genocide. And we need, that is the true question of the next election cycle, whenever it happens. It's the economy, it is not tribe, it is not what. And the leadership that is able to do that is the only one that Kenyans should be saying are going to be the ones who are elected. We want people who are going to say we're going to cut off this pain on day one. Anything short of that, we're not hearing. We are not hearing. So Milton, for example, you're asking, what happens to commercial banks? What can we do to stop them from loaning the government any more money? We have a big problem because the government tells them that, if you don't loan us, how do we pay your interest next week? We can't pay you. It's a Ponzi scheme. What you see as treasury bills and bonds are just to pay them back the same money because it's been accumulative of interest. So they feel if they're not going to get that money, they'll be in trouble. Their banks will close, they'll shut down. So they keep loaning. It's paper. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's literally become a Ponzi scheme. And it's getting very frightening for those banks now because as much as they have this Ponzi scheme and they're saying the difficulties government is having, they have another channel here called non-performing loans within their own cycle, which are now reaching something like 700 billion because they have stagnated the economy. The economy is dead. It has stagnated for the last 12 years. What happened under the Uhuru regime is that he created a balloon called debt, created a vehicle called government appearing like it's boosting development, but productivity was thrown out. Kibaki used to stand up and tell people, go back to your shamba, go and deliver from your shamba, Lady Justice. He used to tell people, go back, mashambani. That is when that addition took root. We had all these days in plans under even Moi. We had a plan we would be fully industrialized by 2020. What happened? Industrialization was 14% of GDP when Kibaki left. Today it is less than 7. What happened? Half have gone down. Kibaki came out with a 2030 vision. How much of it was implemented? It was never discussed and talked about in the Ruto regime. What were the milestones? Nobody talked about it. They came up with funny things like Big Four. I don't know what. Now this one comes up with bottom up. Nobody talks about 2030 vision. It's there. What happened? It was a master plan that was done, researched very well by an economic team that was very solid. Had people who came in who are ministers in Singapore. We had a lady from the UK. This was a solid program under the Ministry of Planning. And all that was thrown away because the intention was never to empower Kenyans. The intention was to make sure that we become slaves to a political regime that was bereft of ideas, but wanted to create dynasties and empires and control us. The difference with what we believe in is that we believe that we are too small an economy. Yet, even in this economy, nobody should want for anything. There is more than enough, but we need to cut off this debt. We're a $110 billion economy, GDP, per year. Well, there's no reason why we cannot be a $300 billion economy in a very short time, but we need to cut off this debt. And what happens with the $300 billion economy is that you have a country that looks similar to Dubai in terms of its infrastructure. You have literally everybody building their own houses, and they're not going to stay in mud houses. They're going to stay in decent accommodation. The dignity of every Kenyan will be there, and it will be self-propelled. And that's what the political elite do not want, because they believe that they lose power. Whereas I believe that we are about true empowerment. We actually want the Kenyan to conquer beyond our borders. We want a concept called our greatness to be seen in our lifetime. In our lifetime. Why is this the continent of the poor? Yet we are 45% of all mineral resources in the world. We are going to have by 2030, 50% of our population young, under 30, able to go out there, the biggest workforce in the world. Why should we go and work for others? Why should we not work for our own companies? Why don't we have our own conglomerates that we work and are crisscrossing this continent and beyond? This is what we are talking about. And many people who have gone through previous political regimes over the last 60 years do not want that, because here they have no ideas. They have no contribution. This is what the next election should be about, not about tribe. The question of the election, which William Ruto is trying to push out, we must reject. We must say, no, my friend, come back to the issue of the economy, because here he has failed. Here he has collapsed. Here he has no solution. In fact, all he has is continual pain. He must get out of our lives, and anyone who thinks like him, who is like him, must exit. And we must cut off our slavery, which is this debt monster. We cut it off, we breathe, we have our freedom. I remember when we used to campaign for the second liberation. Mwalimu Kibwana was in the forefront. And they used to say that you remove 2A, we are free. 2A was what embedded one single party in the Constitution of Kenya called KANU. There shall be only one party called KANU, no other party. You remove 2A, we are free. I am saying our 2A today is to cut off the debt. You cut off this chain of debt, and we are economically free. Now, what are the ideas of that emancipation? That's what we should be talking about. That should be the campaign platform of on anybody's plate. And that's where we should be going as a country. But I want to assure you, and I say this with all humility and with a lot of confidence, Kenya does not need any debt from anybody. Those numbers that I expressed at the beginning are true numbers. We don't need any money from anywhere. We are capable of financing ourselves to prosperity. That is how strong we are. And anybody telling you that we're a poor nation is just trying to make you think small, be small, think about the small things like food and the problems that you have in your home. They do not want you free enough to question them. This is our true emancipation. And I can tell you, this country, I have so much hope in it because we are going to get to this subject. We are going to cut off this illegal debt. We are going to cut off this genocide. And I can tell you, the future thereafter will be phenomenal for each and every one of us. It will be truly phenomenal. And I pray for that. God is with us. Kasongo is going. I don't think you need to worry too much about the man. He cannot rig an elections. We have been part and parcel of election cycles. Our reforms are so big. He has nowhere to rig. It will be so obvious to anybody. I don't even think he has the capacity or will get the goodwill. We'll see right through him. I'm so impressed by what Gen Z have done. The polling station of an election of the president is the constituency. Guard every constituency, every polling station. Tweet the results. We are not going to be manipulated by bombers here. This game will be over long before it has begun. This man is done, and he's done and he knows it. He has no recovery. The question for us is thereafter what? Because we must attain our economic freedom. I myself am committed to it. I have dedicated my life to it, to achieve it. I am about lifting. Must remember, I have a business background. A businessman does not thrive in poverty. A businessman thrives when people have got purchasing power, when they have capacity to buy what you are selling. So we want to see an emancipated, an economically emancipated Kenyan with capacity, with dignity and capacity to choose what he or she wants. That is the Kenyan we want. That is the one that grows us. That is the one that will grow a businessman. That is where I am. I do not fall into the political gambit of those who say they want to be needed as a politician. Serikali tunakuomba, mheshimiwa tunakuomba. Hapana, hapana. Those days are gone and we must make sure they are gone. It is about the people debating issues because they have their dignity. They are not looking for the most basic things of life. Their dignity is intact. We want to see a country where they flourish. We should be asked as leaders at that time, what are you doing to make sure that whatever it is we have got, whether we have got capacity to build in Uganda or Tanzania or Nigeria, or sell there our manufactured project from Kenya, why have they got tariffs on us? Why are they not opening up their barriers? Why are they restricted? That is what a leader should be going for us, not sending our labor. If we do, must be very, asanteni sana.
Wow. Abdi finish it up. Abdi.
Sorry,
Abdi.
sorry, Hillary.
Yeah.
Can I just?
Yeah, what to
I
say?
think
Your
I
final
want to
remarks.
appreciate Jimmy for the candid response, but there is one thing I would have wished him to respond to, and that my question was, what role he played a role in the Kibaki administration, played some role in Huruto 2013, 2017 with Raila. What role does he see himself playing in this revolution or the movement, as it were? Is he the messiah for the Kenyan people? And if not, what role does he see himself playing as we get Kasongo out and get the new leadership that we want and emancipate our people? I was very specific and I would like to hear his thoughts on that.
Yeah, Honorable Njigi, the
Milton,
question is,
yes.
somebody said that, are you the person that's coming in after Kasongo? Or I think that's the right question.
Let me be very, very, very candid. Milton, thank you for that. Let me be very clear. I do believe I am. I do believe I am the solution that Kenyans need. The solution to this particular problem that we have. I am the solution. I believe categorically that a virus was created here in 2013, 2014. That virus was a coronavirus that mutated in 2017, right? into, it was COVID, I think it was Corona, then it mutated to COVID-19. Then in 2022, it mutated into Delta. And what was the other one, Hillary? I think there were two strands, right? The two strands, why?
Yes.
Because that virus was Ruto, all right? Came in as two different entities. In Jubilee in 2017, they joined up. So they came COVID-19 to Corona. From Corona in 2022, they brothered into two strands, Delta, and the other one was the one that was less, right? Now, those two strands, okay, were Uhuru because he was backing Raila, and Ruto, who was on his own, but it's the same virus. Same virus. Whichever way you went, it was going to be the same problem. I can assure you. Because this debt, nobody would have dealt with. If Raila had tried to deal with it, he would have had Uhuru on his back. Okay? On his back. Why are you doing this? Ruto cannot deal with it because he's been in it. This is the biggest problem we have. And I do not believe, because I did not join any of those. From 2013, 2014, I left those parties. I am nowhere in those parties. And yet I understand the problem and will not be tempted to participate in any more economic genocide on Kenyans. It must end now. I believe I am the solution for it, absolutely. And what we're trying to do is educate Kenyans that this is your problem. This is it. No matter who you choose to go there, if they do not address this, you'll be chasing them out of office in the shortest time. This is the kind of problem, because now we are living the consequences of it. The problems are increasing. This is the kind of problem that even if you can put a leader tomorrow, and 3 months we'll be chasing them out because they are not solving this problem. And the pain is continuing. This is the single problem we have. And I believe I am the one who has the courage to stop it. And I'm the one who can see beyond it. I can see a Kenya beyond it. Many of these people will be afraid to do it. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for sitting here more than 4 or 5 hours, and we're going to appreciate your time. And thank you so much, listeners. Always, it is very important for us to engage. Every Sunday, we're here as Pressure Point team to make sure that we focus on this. It's so unfortunate that today we are crying over our fallen soldier. That is Raymond Otieno, who was killed in Elbagon. This is so unfortunate, and I saw Willis said that they're going to follow up on these things. Jimmy, I know we are praying that you follow this matter, because the young people are dying, and this is so unfortunate for the family, and for the comrades, and for the Gen Zs that who are trying to air their voice across the country. It's so unfortunate that we are still missing other people. Young people are dying because of airing their issues. It's so unpainful, and we want to call this, and we are categorically say that we will follow so much about these killings, and we see if it is the regime or it is the political elite who see that they have power, then this is the time to stop. Abdi, you want to say what? Then we finish the show.
Thank you. You can hear me, Hillary?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Just to build on Jimmy's point, thank you, Honorable Jimmy. I think the chain of debt is a foundation of a true economic freedom. That's what we need. Because it's, I think we are trapped in cycle of borrowing. Our resources and labor will continue to serve the creditors than our people. I think he talked about economic emancipation with rejecting exploitative debts and prioritizing self-reliance and investing in local industries to create a sustainable growth. I think that was really a very good discussion. As we come to close to this discussion today, I want to thank everybody for their time, insights, and unwavering commitment to a better Kenya. Special thanks to Honorable Jimmy Wanjigi and Professor and everybody else for the conversation. I think Jimmy anchored the conversation in history and reminded us of the urgent need for economic emancipation, sustainable growth. His insight has inspired us to confront the burden of debt and governance with clarity and purpose, I think. Today, dialogue has reinforced the future of Kenya lies in our hands. Together, we must remain united, vigilant, action-driven to build a nation grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all. Change will not just come as easy, but with collective action and resilience, I believe we will reach there. Let's carry the energy, the idea shared today to a meaningful conversation that push closer to Kenya we aspire to see. Thank you all for your dedication to this cause. Stay focused, stay united, continue working stronger together. And asanteni sana, may God bless you all.
God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable. Mungu akubariki sana. Uwe na siku mwema kila mmoja. Hadi Jumapili ijayo tukutane tena. Barikiwe sana.
Barikiwe.